good. Excellent. And now if I switch to the map, can we see the map?
Yes, the map is there.
Perfect.
We are not.
That's okay, that's deliberate. Yes.
Fine then, Viktor. Why
So,
don't you just send us to the Shadow Realm? You bitch.
Which is one of the possibilities for Super Secret DLC Expansion Zone.
No.
So, I guess let's do our audio nonsense then. So, yep, good hello, welcome to the thing we do that time. The Demon Blade, that's it, part 4. I'm Viktor, the GM. It's the 25th of May, 2024. I guess here are the players. That felt very quick.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'll be playing Falkwin, who is the mystical speaker who keeps a magical ally, who I believe is still in a coma.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I'm playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who got to shed her skin last week.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Hi, I'm Nat, and I play Riven, a tough warrior who masters a weaponry.
Yeah.
And has her wife, finally.
And has her wife.
My wife.
Your
My
wife.
wife. My wife.
Yes. I mean, that's a good segue into what you remember from last time, I guess.
My wife.
Mm-hmm.
That's my
Oh.
wife.
We started with a flashback to the heist of the century,
Yes.
as carried out by Nori and
True.
Falkwin, with the help of Cira, a Bronzebark elf who's sort of like a magical technician at the Arcanatrix, who likes Falkwin for some reason.
Nori found out he should only concentrate on one task at a time,
Mhm.
either teaching or hiding, one or the other, because both doesn't seem to work.
With Nori's help, Falkwin did manage to be pretty damn stealthy,
Mhm.
to Nori's detriment.
Yeah, because Nori was body blocking you.
Of course.
But you were more successful on the way out.
Mhm.
Yes, that's what
Yes.
I remember. I remember, like,
Yes.
everybody saw you go in, but everybody saw you go out. So that seems fine.
They're
That
still
seems the
looking
right
for
way
you in
round.
the
As far as,
building right
as far
now.
as they're concerned, we're still there.
Very awkward when you turn up later to hand that gem in.
Yeah, just on the security logs in the wrong
Oh,
places.
sorry, those were our identical twins.
Yes.
Our nefarious, thieving identical twins. Not us, honest, good folk.
I have committed no crime.
None.
No crime.
None crimes, none.
Speaking of crimes,
No, committed no crime.
the Rakshan dumped a whole bunch of gems onto the floor in a not suspicious at all move.
Sus.
No suspicions. Seemed perfectly fine. And said that people should take one and then pass the rest on and not be greedy. In a very spread these as far as you can, as quickly as you can type message. And we were suspicious. And have taken
Well, when
one to
there's
the
an
Arcana
explorer
Tricks.
who likes to infiltrate, decides he's not touching them, that's the worry.
So true. So we didn't touch it. We picked it up with a handkerchief. And we've taken a blue gem to the Arcanatrix to be studied.
Mm-hmm. Then what happened?
My wife.
Before that, our favourite NPC,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
boy.
KT showed up.
Good old Kitty. Mayor of our hearts.
He seemed in a fairly chipper mood for essentially sort of seeming to have been sacked from his job. Sort of.
Oh,
Asked to
we're not
relocate.
quite sure yet. Yes.
He's interviewing around, it
Encouraged.
seems. Mm-hmm.
Somewhere out of the sun.
Yes.
Somewhere less, less in the spotlight.
Yeah.
And then we met Riven's Countess
Mhm.
very, very briefly
My not wife.
because she had bad news.
Yep. Mhm.
Bad news about Riven's wife.
And no shoes.
I did like I was about to say, the delivery of Nat catching everyone up on how Talanis seems to make wearing shoes in any conditions effortless, and then having her turn up at the door, carrying them, having ran to the door to be like, Hedera! Yeah.
Panic ensued.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bird up into.
There was a
Also
there was a sequence where we then chased after Riven's wife, but along the way I just have a line in my notes saying Myr'ra became crow and ate horse.
true.
Which did happen. Yep.
Yes.
Harvest rest. Had a snack. And then proceeded to chase everybody. But now it was a chase for Tusa.
Then we met a big boy.
Oh.
Huge man! Huge
Yes.
man!
Yes.
Big
Huge
scary.
violent man, but we won.
Yep.
Yeah.
Toughest battle
We did
we've fought
a
in
big
this.
yeah.
It is
Big
the
fight.
toughest battle you've fought so far. Yep.
For sure.
Except that time you
time.
left the Queen's Vault willingly. That was probably quite tough for Nori.
Yeah,
It
you did good. You did good. But
I can get back there someday.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm sure.
I know where it is now, though.
Yeah,
Nice.
Just half
exactly.
the battle finding out where it is.
Yeah.
Just ask Vermi really nicely. Vermi will be like,
Yeah.
That seems less fun though. Like
Yeah.
the breaking ins though.
It's a challenge, right?
well, then what you do is you pitch it to Vermi. It's like, I'm testing how good the security is on this. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And that
I like
never ends well, does it?
We finally caught up with Hedera's convoy. To see lots and lots of dead Hederas. Very stressful.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. She do that sometimes.
And then an alive Hedera. Fighting. But no Sir Ethane, who was apparently also there.
Yes, she's been travelling with Sir Ethane.
Ah.
Oh, could
All
we
of
add
our
that to the
favourite
goals
people.
as well?
Sure, yeah.
To see under Sir Thane's mask.
Figure
What
out
is-
Sir Ethane.
What is a Surrey thing?
Yeah, Sir Ethane.
What was it
question mark.
made of?
I'm
Why
pretty
is
sure
Sir Ethane?
a particular scan spell might reveal that.
I know, but that feels intrusive.
Oh, we missed a very important thing. Nori was really the one who ended the battle by hugging and power of friendship
Oh, yeah.
and throw Myr'ra back to her senses.
Yes.
So true. So true.
The best
Strong.
roll of the day, almost.
Also,
Great
why we
roll.
called the
It was
session
great.
Bird Up and not Chromira, I don't actually know why.
Uh,
Like we spoke about the previous session as well, going, oh, that'll be a great name for a session when you bird up.
Bird up.
heard up also from.
Yeah.
Yeah, it got debirded due to friendship. Didn't eat any of my friends.
Always a positive.
Big win.
Not even a nibble. Not even a little nibble.
We have tried to avoid PvP in most of our sessions, so I mean that would be
True.
kind of
Strong bonds of friendship.
yes.
We found Sir
however-
Ethane, and he was not the dead.
Considering how hard we found taking, and there's what, four of us? Three?
Yeah. One of us
Many of us.
versus one. He soloed two.
Two.
However, I think from that we take the fact that he was impressed by us.
Yes.
That's all we need to take from that. He was very impressed that we'd managed to take out one.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
Riven
he-
has taken
we're
from that
only-
that she needs to get gooder.
we're
In
only,
Turtle's fashion,
yeah,
get good.
we're only on average 1/8 as powerful as Sir Thane. But damn, that's like wow. You
Yeah.
are like an eighth as powerful as me. Holy shit!
Is that only like an eighth divided by all of you? Is that how that works? Like, are you as a core?
If one of them took two,
Yeah.
and it took four of
Four of
us to take one.
One
Mhm.
was an eighth.
But if you guys at your full
Equivalent
strength
fraction.
includes Jet and Lockhart, and arguably Myr'ra, right? Let's not forget Myr'ra existed in the gang at a time.
Mhm.
So, you could maybe take two with the full squad, right?
True.
It has materialized in front of me. So goodbye.
That's That's fine.
I will not make you look at me eat.
We will not. We will not make Victor change the channel to mukbang.
No, I appreciate that. I also
Great
appreciate that you've.
Ah.
I appreciate that you've also not disabled the camera, so the order doesn't change, and that I like.
I considered that. I remembered you complaining about that.
I remember the complaints. But yes, ultimately I'd like to do it where we can have the overlay, like with say the Roll20 screen and all of our faces like around it and stuff would be nice. But that involves a lot of micromanaging filters and stuff. And if you guys moved, it would misalign all the filters, so that would just be a pain in the arse, if I'm perfectly honest.
We just all get green screens and then position our faces like sort of how 360 divided by 5, whatever that is, or
Less.
6, whatever degrees offset, so that we're all like rotated around like a fidget spinner.
I mean, yeah.
When your camera's on and off really, really fast.
Give everybody a headache.
Yeah, let's not do that to Hannah this week.
We are not trying to hypnotise. Do not listen to our voices. You are not feeling sleepy.
This is the voice of the Mr. Ron. Wait, no. That's the wrong one. I nearly choked her. I'm eating foam bananas just now. The dust from it got to me there.
Oh no.
Okay, that's enough of those for now. Get through the session first and then I can have more. So anyway, we've got... I guess what happened there, I added Siri Thane with a bunch of question marks to the goals list as well for you guys. And that seemed like a valid thing to add, given the revelations with that. Something else that happened that's probably worth noting, Riven and Siri Thane kind of, I guess, capitalised on that like note of respect, where Riven had mentioned they tried to contact Siri Thane and couldn't, and he basically said, yeah, screen my calls, essentially.
Fucking Magneto head.
But he did say that he will listen out for any future calls from Riven, which was, I mean, it's quite a lot of progress with a mystery NPC like Siri Thane. It was also noted as well that no wonder the mayor hired Siri Thane to help guard Loudenhall, given it was just seemingly the two of them. All the other Crown guards were relieved of duty, and that seems to have all been reversed now, so they are kind of looking to other places to, I guess, be useful. And it does seem like, given Riven's efforts with Countess Talanis Braga getting her a seat at the Grand Council for the humans, the kind of leadership of Voros is a bit up in the air, so it looks like Queen Vermilion Lightscale's admin team are reviewing all of their governors, mayors and barons and whatever other subtitles exist that basically mean you're important but not the queen. So yeah, so the kind of governorship of Voros is being looked after by Hedera currently, but it will need a permanent appointment. And
I mean, that's
in his case, very permanent.
yes. What was that, Chris?
I was going to say that's the political landscape, though, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Old queen turned out to be a demon. New queen, not sure where the rest of her leaders are, or who they are, or what they could be, or where their allegiances are.
Yeah,
including a countess.
Indeed.
Basically, I need to scan bomb a table of the fireplace when everybody's there.
Yep.
Just walk around. Can everyone just stand still for 2 seconds?
To get your measuring tape out
Okay,
a little closer. Needs to be within 3 meters.
3 meters? Okay, great. Thank you.
Perfect. The oldie worldy camera with the, magnesium stand and stuff.
Oh,
yeah.
that'd be great. Yeah. Get a photo to remember the occasion.
What's a photo? Never mind. Scan. Very good. Yeah, I mean, that feels like, if we missed anything, that was most things, right? Like, yeah, the Rakashans dumped a whole bunch of jewels and said, these are gifts for everybody, don't be greedy. You scanned those, and they seem to give off some celestial energy. as well, although nothing active was happening other than they seemed to be like housing South Dundee. Yeah, pretty much sparkly little jewels. And the Arcanatrix seem inundated with them already. People going, what does do? So
They want them back.
yeah, I mean, probably go for quite a lot, to be honest.
Really, really impacted the local economy. I feel like inflation's going to go.
I mean, yeah, like it's a very charged gift, regardless of how you look at it, really, isn't it? It's like, look at us with our wealth that we can do this. Because again, even if you were to sit and enchant that many things, that's a massive undertaking, and it kind of goes to show that the Arcanatrix's resources would struggle to enchant that many gems, and just to discard, ultimately. Whereas, it's a bit of a flex on the Rakishan Empire, being like, yeah, if we had these lying around, you know, have them, they're gifts. So, definitely a curiosity on that front. Yes, I believe we left you all off with a battered and bruised silhouette in the dark. Siri Thane had mentioned that it's probably not wise to sleep in the woods. May as well try and make it as close to the city as possible. I am back to Cascade City. Let me just readjust myself on this chair before I fall over. But yes. Excuse me. The creatures seem like they potentially could be attracted to magic, I believe Siri Thane had mentioned as well. So best not to cast any unnecessary spells as well. Which seems fine. You guys were pretty tired. It had been a long day before you had got to this. Yes, exactly, Nori. Yes. But I stand by that it's late at night, like it's early hours of the morning. Nori was in a fight and had to like witness, you know, a sword speak to someone, and also ride out, you know, for like a 5-6 hour ride, and then hug a giant murder bird. I'd say that Nori probably, while mechanically is probably able to handle themselves in a fight, is probably tired just because it's been a whole day.
Exhaustion is setting in for us all. Yes.
Yeah, but yes, Nori came out of that fight the best.
Yes.
Ranged attack, always good.
It definitely is until you're presented with some point blank problems. But yes. Beyond that, though, I think we pretty much just, as I said, zeroed out on you guys heading off back in the direction of the city, on the hopes that you'd maybe meet some kind of aid riding out after you guys. And yeah, I feel like that's maybe the scene that we jump straight back into is, you know, several hours into the walk back. You just have Siri Thane kind of like leading the group. Obviously, potentially Riven and Hedera maybe near the back of the group. Hedera's...
Carrying her.
I was going to say, Hedera's probably on a horse, because I don't know if Riven could carry her for that long. Just given how tired Riven is, like I think you'd have carried her for quite a bit and then thought, actually the horses can deal with this. Just, you know, no offense to wife, but also Riven tired.
Riven sore.
Yeah. But yeah, like you could definitely be like walking like side by the horse with Hedera, like, you know, holding hands still if need be and whatnot, like definitely keeping that close. So yeah, as you're kind of heading back, and then just, as I said, probably maybe 4 or 5 hours into the journey back on foot, so obviously a lot slower than the journey on horse as you were racing out. And Siri Thane just says, "And how are we faring?" And that's just like a casual statement over his shoulder to the group.
Yeah, I think we're maybe all just like asleep on it, that kind of like almost walking meditation where you just fully like your brain's asleep.
Oh, the autopilot kicks in. Yeah.
So I think Myr'ra will definitely like mumble, huh? Oh, we're okay. I look around.
Yeah, and like
as
you're a bit like, well, like, you know, Siri Thane will put like his hand on your shoulder as if like to almost steady you, and that kind of, oh, I don't need to walk this very second. You know, just a kind of, and then he'll just say, we must remain vigilant until we return to the city.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to see if I have any coffee in my tea bag.
Fair.
And coffee granules. Can we all just chew some coffee granules?
I'd like some.
Coffee beans.
Yeah, I hand out some coffee beans.
Siri Thane, politely turns you down. And yes, if there's no major complaints to air, then yeah, I think after some time, there's some soldiers on horseback. There's maybe 8 soldiers, all kind of kitted out. That they're definitely from Cascade City because of the colorings and the symbology and stuff like that, and the early morning light that's probably starting to break at this point. But they aren't in any kind of level of heavy armor. They're clearly designed to ride faster. And they've kind of been sent out, and they seem to be fairly well stocked in terms of supplies that they've brought. So once they kind of meet everybody, you guys are essentially well tended to. You've got your tinfoil blankets around everybody, and all the standard stuff. The horses stop going wee woo on the way, and they help escort you guys back. And then yeah, you make it back to the city. It's probably coming up for maybe 7 AM or something like that, 8 AM, who knows what time it is. Probably about 7 AM. The time you get back to the city, it's the city's waking up as you guys are stumbling in. Yeah. So yeah, these are all I guess taken to your room and put to bed ultimately. Steri Thane says that he will check in a few hours. Riven, can you give me an intellect roll?
Okay. None. I am going to put effort into this. If I'm about to take a longer rest, I can boost this up a wee bit. So I'll put a level of effort in. No asset. Go.
Okay, so in the kind of morning light, through the kind of again exhaustion of having walked an insane amount of time, because I think I said you got there maybe about 11 at night or something, midnight, something like that. So it's probably been about 7 hours back rather than the 5 hours out. So yeah, I think 7 AM is pretty good. Sarithane's armor is all perfect again.
She kind of opens her mouth to speak and lets him catch her eye and not want to make a fuss about him and his armor because he clearly never wants to take it off, and it's obviously something special. It blocked her fucking magic. In her mind, she thinks his armor's what stopped the ring from managing to work. Later.
Kind of just nods. And it's definitely the nod of a soldier to soldier type thing, right? Again, as I said, after you guys had said, yeah, we killed one on the road, his entire posture to the party did change. Even to the point where maybe you guys didn't notice how his posture was, things in Loudenhall and stuff when interacting. Now you're oh, maybe he was a lot more relaxed around us than he now is, in terms of, not necessarily that he thinks of you as a threat, but just that you could be. No. So again, yeah, massive respect points, I guess, earned from that. But yes, his armor was very broken, torn, beaten up, twisted. Nothing exposing him in any kind of way, but definitely someone that had been. I think I described it as he looks like he'd been smacked off a couple of rocks. And there's no dents or anything. It all looks again as you would expect to find him. So that seems to have happened between that walk in the woods to now.
Magic armor.
So yeah, you I guess all head to bed for at least 8 hours. I think technically you need 10 hours to qualify for that that rest. So let's skip ahead 10 hours, shall we? So what was that? 7 a.m. We'll skip ahead 10 hours. Cool. 10 hours later.
Roll
So
some healing.
mechanical thing. Does
Yeah,
this-
roll
does
all
the-
the healing.
So the way it works is you can spend your 10-hour heal, and obviously any heal that you could have spent that you haven't for the previous day, please spend them all the way up until your 10-hour.
Okay. Next one.
Okay, so
Five, nice.
after your 10-hour rest, it rolls
I
back.
didn't click
That makes sense.
10
Okay.
hours. But I meant that is my 10 hours.
Okay,
Okay,
so
my 1 hour.
and obviously we'll deal with our
Yes.
current days of recoveries. Are you currently spending your new days recoveries or your old
All,
recoveries?
all my old ones.
Okay, that's fine,
and
cool,
I've
that's all I
actually
need.
got over.
Oh, that's perfect.
Woo! I didn't even use the 10-hour one.
Told you, Riven recovers a lot. Like
Riven's
that.
strong.
That is what tough is for. Tough warrior.
Because I'm cuddling my wife.
That's what it is. 100% is because you're with Hedera, let's face it. I mean, I'm assuming, did you go back to the, Advanced Zero Suite or to your home with Hedera? There's a better question.
Probably to the suite because she'd probably feel it was a bit more secure
Okay,
right
cool.
now, and she's wanting that level of security. We'll go home eventually, but right now, nah.
Okay, cool. Would you have encouraged Hedera to stay with you because she will probably opt to go home?
I will encourage her to stay with us for the kind of like security of everything.
Yeah, that's fine. She will not put up a fight for that. It was just her instincts would be, this is you working, and thus, I'm gonna go home after that traumatic experience. But yeah, cool. Right, so everyone spent the previous day's recoveries. Yeah, everyone's done what they need to do. Is that correct, Chris? You're looking off wistfully.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, you okay? You good?
4, 9,
My
7.
screen's on that side,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then his camera's here.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, right. And obviously, Falkwin, you did your 10-hour recovery, yeah?
Yep,
You've
I
had
had spent all of yesterday's up until that, so I only had 10 hour left.
It's okay.
Falkwin is not feeling great, right? Falkwin is, even after that 10 recovery, still below 50% on its stat pools.
No, that's kind of expected. It's another reason I like this system is that it makes you pay for burning through your character by actually saying, no, I need a day's rest. I can't just have a night's sleep and go punch a dragon again the next day.
Yeah.
So I kind of like that almost realistic downtime thing. Within reason, right? Realistic within reason. Still fantastical. Obviously, though, you can start spending today's recoveries if you wish. I'd say
I think Myr'ra might also, spend her action one because I think she's quite achy from birding out.
And depending on when everyone actually wakes up, technically that extra hour in bed could be a thing. So you can let me know how that goes, who's spending what, but you can spend your action, your 10 minute, and you could reasonably spend your hour if you wanted as well.
I'll spend my action today.
Okay. I'm
And
gonna
my
just do
10
my
then.
action.
Yeah, I'm gonna do all three.
Okay. So we're at 6 p.m. This is another reason why I barely track time in games, because I hate tracking time in games.
Yeah, we're all like having brunch at 6 p.m.
Straight up into a lot of food.
Once we've done the
I've done
admin
my
bit.
action one.
I think what I like about this is, even though you can recover yourself with like today's like stuff up until so far, you don't have to go, I can't really do much today though, because I can't get that back till tomorrow.
Yep.
Today's a gentle day. Gentle day.
Right,
So I
so
got more on my action recovery roll than I did on 10 hours. That's weird.
it just means you had a very fitful sleep, doesn't it? Like,
I
you know.
I've been playing over that battle in my mind.
Aye. I think though that's quite a good thing because we obviously, as we spoke about, like the arrows thing, right? Like arrows help keep you safe at range, but when they break on someone's skin, you have to go. If I was here alone, I could just be dead. Like if you were fighting that thing yourself, sometimes having like an advantage, whatever. But this thing again was strong and fast. They're meant to only get one of those. So yeah, strong, fast, and tough. So yeah, that's maybe why not many people had the best sleep there. Everybody done their rolls that they need to do, so everyone's up to at least the hour mark if need be. Cool. Excellent. So it's about 6 p.m. Like as you kind of like rouse and stuff, like Hedera's long since left. Hedera didn't sleep that long. They basically were like, I'm still working. So they kind of got up and like say their goodbyes to you. I don't imagine Riven technically slept that much of that period of time either. Again, resting versus sleeping, debatable. But yeah, you've at least all got some sleep for what it's worth. You just feel a tiny bit better. You just woke up to the fact that like food has been set out, but it's outside the room. So like when Hedera left, noticed that there was food outside and brought it in, and sat it all over the kind of like loungy area, that you guys have. And yeah, I guess you can all kind of like slowly stumble out of your rooms like the morning after a gig night at a hotel.
Tea in the park aftermath.
Riven's armor is not on. She's left the armor off for a bloody change.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think Myr'ra's in some kind of like pastel pajamas.
Nice.
That was an experience.
Yeah,
Quite an evening indeed.
Falkwin's just half asleep. Yes.
Falkwin, anything from Ali Ben?
No, I haven't heard from her yet. This is...
I mean, to be fair, you've just woke up. Like...
Yeah. This is both expected and unusual. It's rare that she would take so much damage as to have to completely reform, but when that happens, it can take up to a week. Actually, moment here. Would this have happened before?
I mean, given your discussion about how kind of cushy your life's been up until now, probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. This might be quite like unusual. So obviously, while you, Sean, mechanically understand some of the rules behind Aliben, I think maybe Falkwin would be like, I woke up and she wasn't there, but
yeah,
like unless you tell me you're going to go and try and interact with her, I can't respond, obviously, one way or the other.
Course, yeah.
So
I haven't heard from her since the incident with the blade. It felt like she shielded me from some of the psychic energy in that blade. It definitely had a strong effect on her. She'll be back. I don't know how badly hurt she was. Falkwin sort of closes his eyes and focuses for a little while and tries to communicate with Alan. You there? Ben? Hello?
So I like to believe like the images like maybe you just like having left the doorway of your room into like the kind of, because I think it's you've got the door into this room. It's very much like a kind of like landscape rectangle, I guess. Doors in the middle at the front, lounge area that's kind of sunk in a bit, and then up behind it, raised a bit, is the big long table for like your kind of meetings and whatnot. And then the other three walls are just rooms that can be used with like beds and stuff and desks and whatnot in them. So as you like head out of your room and like you have that conversation and you like go at your gauntlet and kind of like channel the bracer, I should say, not gauntlet, Yeah, like there's a very, very quick surge of energy that seems to like, knock you back a bit into like the door frame. Like almost like rushing wind. And this horrible scream that seems to start as like gale force winds. As it screams Falkwin and forms like Alabenne, like like basically like holding themselves up barely with one hand on the floor.
Oh dear. Oh shit. Alabenne, are you okay?
Anything that wasn't like held on that table's probably tipped off the table.
I'm hugging a coffee.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a banana that was about to go off or something.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Riven's going to try and approach.
And yeah, like the kind of, again, bit of a violent wind to the very immediate area that Alabenne seems to be in. And then as it kind of like slowly seems to settle into that, again, constantly moving mist fog wind thing that's going on around her. Like as like Riven approaches and Falkwin like says her name, like Alabenne, like she kind of like looks up from the kind of ground, like kind of past Riven towards Falkwin, and then like attempts to like stand up, eventually gets herself up, and then like
Any way I can support her? Or is that
like if
just
you
kind
try like if you try and help her up, like her hand will go into like onto your arm or whatever, and like she will like brace to help herself up. As you've kind of noticed, she seems to be able to be tangible when she chooses. And
I will stand there to be a thing to grab onto. I
yeah,
will not touch her though.
and like again, even as like she stands, like on her own power and whatnot, like you can see like the winds are like calmer than the immediate violence that seemed to form her there. And then like she just immediately like there's a gesture to you that you can't really tell because there's no facial features, right? But there is just like a gesture towards you, Riven, and then she heads straight over to Falkwin and like puts like
Falkwin, sorry, say sorry. Falkwin, say sorry right now.
and like before Falkwin can speak, there's just like an arm on like your like one on your shoulder and the other one on like the side of your face, and it's just Alabenne saying, "Are you injured?"
I'm fine. I
Let us
rough...
not do those things again.
No, that I agree. That was brash, but it was productive. Brash but productive. I'm sorry you were hurt.
There's a stare. Again, like you can feel the wind, right? Like near her, as if it's her breath, right? Almost as if there is like maybe a bit of it's either anger or very aggressive concern.
I think brash
Can
is
be
the
both.
word. I think
Yeah, and after like that, stare, as best as a faceless, featureless face can do, they're just. Well, I'm pleased that you're uninjured. Now, why is the sword within my realm?
Oh dear.
I'm very sorry about that. You were asleep, and we hoped it wouldn't bother you. As you can imagine, some things happened. We can take that out now. Let's before we say anything else about it. Let's
She puts like a hand up to like kind of almost stop you. It says, "I have endured so far," and then kind of looks around and goes, "Why do you all look like you have taken a swim in a strong river?"
Hey, Riven looks perfect, by the way. Perfect right now. She really does.
I think it's more just the emotional fatigue on everyone's face, probably more than anything else. Like, yeah,
Also, it's what 7 p.m.
yeah.
We're all in our pajamas.
Wow.
Marie, do you know what they fuck? What are they called?
The Theron.
Fair.
Do you know what a Farron is?
And there is just like a instead of like half turned from Falkwin to like you, there's just a full body turn to stare at you and say, "I am
Yeah.
aware of the Theron," and looks back at Falkwin as if clearly judging, and then
We met one and physically educated it till it stopped breathing. That's why we look like shit.
again the head just turns straight back to Falkwin.
We
You
won.
you sought out a confrontation with the Theron while I
We
was
sought
incapacitated.
We sought nothing. We found one.
By accident.
Correct. Telling the truth.
It is
Telling our friend.
truly by Alata's grace that yous are all alive.
Yeah.
Oh, she believes in the gods. This is me, not.
Mhm, mhm, mhm.
Write it down in the yellow pen.
Which god was
Yes, I know.
again? That's the god of light.
That's-
Right?
Yeah,
Sky one of the.
yeah. So you've got Alata and you've got Gian, are like
Gian
the
is-
two main gods, and it's
Uh-huh.
basically the sun and the earth. Like the planet's technically called Gian, even though I
And-
call it the world of Cascade.
And she doesn't say that with like an ounce of like, just like sometimes we say like Jesus Christ. You don't
I mean,
it.
there's definitely an element of that, but it seems a bit as if
Yeah,
you wouldn't say that necessarily if you didn't. But then people still say
Ah.
Jesus Christ when they're clearly atheists or agnostic or whatever right
Uh-huh.
here. So yeah, I mean, you could definitely roll an intellect roll if you wanted to try and insight her.
I would like to insight her to see if like, just to see if she actually
Mhm.
believes in that.
Mhm.
That is something.
Yeah,
'Cause I
go
don't
for
know
it.
what she is. Just flat roll for fun. An 8.
Again, it's hard to say whether it's just a phrase to
Mhm.
Alaben or if it is, but it's not said with any hint of like sarcasm or flippancy. But it's hard to get a clear reading.
Yeah, it's
For
hard to
obvious
get-
reasons, she's made of wind by the looks of things. Angry, judgmental wind.
You judgmental win.
But yes, but definitely at least an acknowledgement of the god of light and life. Yeah.
We were lucky.
Well,
Actually, that's-
Falkwin did really well, though.
Yeah.
I think I was a werecrow. But he seemed like he was really...
You survived.
I wouldn't have got through that creature's skin without you.
Thank you. Means a lot, Riv.
Like, legitimately, I think we need to take a minute and appreciate the fact that we managed that between both of us. Even though some of us were, spicy, like side eyes, Myr'ra.
I think all the stress of the last few days.
Yeah.
How long was I out for?
A day?
About a day and a half, a day.
It just nods to itself, like, okay.
Pointer!
Yeah.
Fuck! I was trying not to think about them. The Rakishan Emperor and Empress turned up at the docks. They are in the city.
Were they unexpected?
Very much so.
Curious. Their purpose here?
Fuckery is the word I'm going to use.
There's actually a laugh from Alaben, like a very stifled, one kind of ha, stops herself. Just at the phrase fuckery that caught her off guard.
I'm
Says
so eloquent this morning. Evening fucking.
They seem to be here under false pretenses. We're assuming to spread discord.
and nods. Says
They dumped a bunch of gems just on the floor.
gems. Why?
Well, they said something quite cryptic about not being greedy and everybody taking only one. And there seems to be some form of celestial magic that isn't being...
Just immediately turns to Falkwin. Please tell me you didn't take any.
We took one.
We didn't touch it.
Specifically.
No,
The
we took one.
Arcana tricks.
Yes.
We took it
Yeah.
to the Arcana tricks.
That's true. We didn't take
Specifically to deposit it with a third party for the purpose of research.
We do
No
not
one
have
touched
one.
it with their skin.
You can't tell if it's angry wind or her exhaling. Their shoulders move enough to tell you enough of the body language. And again, straightens up fully and says, perhaps it would be wise if I could see one.
Oh.
The Arcana
Sure we
tricks have
could.
lots.
Mhm.
I going to look at that wrist bracer of Falkwin's. Any resemblance with the shimmer in it? Just the shimmer?
I mean, anytime Aluben's there is a shimmer. So thing is, though, her gem is black.
So perhaps house yourself. Black diamond obsidian. I'm not sure what that is. It's beautiful though. Upon him.
And there's just like again another long pause. It's just long enough to be getting uncomfortable. And Hal'Ben says, I fear a former slave race bent on genocidal revenge, bequeathing gifts to a city they have no allegiance to, is incredibly concerning to me.
Argue with that.
I'll
Very
ask.
much
You
our
echo our
feelings.
own feelings.
I'll ask Alanis. She might have some people with a few. She might have private researchers doing things. She's like that. She does things herself, primarily to know things. Joy's a big part of a council.
It sounds like we could walk the streets and find them.
If they're still
I think
there.
it'll be interesting to see. We've been asleep for most of today.
Understandable. If you had to endure what I did, then I can imagine you just needed your rest. I apologize for my absence, Falkwin. It was necessary.
It's completely understandable. But on that note, are you really sure that you're okay with using the sword? We both heard it.
Did you hear the
Can you
same as
still
him?
hear it now? Well, oh yeah, did you hear it the same? Can you hear it now?
Again, there is a look that looks like it's looking past everyone, and the head moves back as if paying attention to you, Falkwin, and says, I think I would like to think more on what I experienced before I share my thoughts. Needless to say, I wouldn't be eager to repeat that. I did my best to shield you from the brunt of that torrent.
Falkwin nods, thankfully. But we can carry it in Nori's cloak again if.
I mean, technically, it's still wrapped in Nori's cloak in her, like
Mhm.
in her garage.
Doubly protected.
We can
Maybe
we
later.
can,
Encryption.
we can remove it from your place if it's a bother to you.
I have made that storage available to you to make our journey easier. You can decide.
Maybe if Aluben is okay with it, at least when we're in the city.
Yeah, okay. That's sensible. Falkwin's trying to be as diplomatic as he can to Hal'Ben because she just took.
The thing is, like, you're definitely getting that she doesn't seem angry at any particular person here. She definitely just seems annoyed. And that feels fair.
It feels fair, and Falkwin wants to do what he can to find a fair and.
But like, at no point are you feeling like she's annoyed at you. Like, even with you're playing with the Farron, you're touching swords. You shouldn't. It was more just a case of, let's not do that again. We did it once. We did try. She did help make the alchemical goo. Do you know what I mean? And yeah, like, she does own a lot of that. But that's maybe why she's annoyed, right? Because that happened under her watch, and then, you nearly died because of some kind of feedback. Yeah. So that's kind of like the impressions, like, maybe specifically Falkwin's left with. Since you probably know her best out of the group here. I say probably. You definitely know her best out of the group here. But yes, I think Alabendi says, if I am not needed in the meantime, I think I will rest more. I would strongly advise acquiring one of these gems for me to study, if possible. If it proves to be a risk to your well-being, however, it is perhaps something we can do later.
We could journey back to the Accountrix this evening if Falkwin is up for a little
This evening,
stroll.
in 5 minutes' time.
Just now.
It is this evening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can check up. We can maybe use some of Myr'ra's contact as well because she's more senior than Falkwin. To see if we know anyone who's actively working on that.
They've also had a day now, so potentially we could see what they've figured out.
Yeah. So, with that, Aliben like fades and goes back to the bracer.
Oh, at least she's back.
Yep. She's
That
not,
seems good.
she's not dead. That was my concern. Or in the sword.
I didn't even think of that.
That's why I didn't say it out loud. Battle strategy.
Falkwin.
To think of everything.
Vacuum sword.
Yes. It's your choice then, my friend. Do you want to leave the sword in there or do you want to retrieve it?
Well, she
Aliben has
said
left the choice to you. It's still your choice.
She said her specific word was tolerate. Says to me she's not a fan of it being. I think tactically it makes sense for that to be the best place for it, which is probably why she is willing to tolerate it. So I feel that it would be wise of us to keep it there for now, but personally, out of consideration for Aliben, I would like to remove it from there more or less as soon as we're out of the watchfulness of city.
I love the gymnastics Falkwin has to do at the moment, right? Where he's like, want to make sure she's okay, but I don't want her angry that I put myself at risk by taking it out. Ah! It's like when your mum says, what do you think the right answer is? And you go, well, this is a lose-lose situation.
This is a trap.
I know what I want, but she doesn't want me getting that.
It makes the most tactical sense to keep it there for now, and she said that she's okay to put up with that. So I think for at least now, we should leave it where it is.
Also,
reconsider if the risk of it.
Does Nori want his cloak back?
That's also valid. Nori
Hmm.
gets... We can leave it.
The
in
problem
Aliben's
is,
without
does
the
it make a
cloak,
difference?
You don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know.
Well, you know that Sloth could sense it through the cloak. Is it worth us trying to go back and see if he can sense it in Aliben's garage?
We need a better
You're
universe term
determined
for
to
that.
make this demon, aren't you,
What are we
Lydia?
calling it?
You are determined to meet this demon.
You very much interested in out of sheer strange curiosity, because the stories that Hedera have told me of Caldera, as her name is very similar to that place. Fuck. Stays.
Say dara.
She always implicated that the devils had control over any form of demon kin. Your blood was partially theirs, you could be all but a puppet. Again, she has painted Caldera very poorly to me. I have never been there. I have stood atop the short mountains and looked down upon it. Can't say it's very pretty. Mountain's cool. Cool is not pretty. But she has painted that place as hell on earth.
What I'll
She
do
has
is,
painted them.
while you're doing that, I'll show the map to show where
Yes.
that is.
Yeah.
Do that.
Mhm.
So
Cascade City, the Short Mountains, Caldera. I don't know why I'm whispering.
I don't know either. Everybody whisper. We're hiding behind the map. Nobody looks.
Thoros, that's where Riven's from. Caldera is where Hedera is from. And Hedera escaped over the Short Mountains into Thoros.
Yep.
Escaped.
I mean, yeah.
Ooh.
Dun, dun, dun.
Ask Hedera, she might give you some backstory.
Mhm.
But yes, Hedera has always painted devils could lick their fingers and everybody would dance if that were the request. Is there an ounce of truth in it? Because I really don't want you in front of him. I'm not thinking Sloth would harm you.
Well, here is a question I'm going to ask both of you.
Oh.
So, who of the 7 did the Balgain make the deal with for each of your specific Helborn lines you're concerned about? So,
Well,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Grandma made her deal with Envy.
Okay, cool. Yep.
Based on the underlying feeling behind it.
I am going to say greed, because if it's the curse of the Hydra's whole point was to guard treasure, hoard it. So greed. It was something to do with greed.
Okay. Not that that's super duper important or loaded in any way.
Not yet.
So interesting.
Tune in
Yes.
tomorrow for further.
What an unloaded question.
But it definitely is. It's something that all Balgain. Yeah, Balgain. I will remember my own terms. Yep, Balgain, Fal, Ren. Yep. So
Excuse me.
obviously all the first gen demons made deals with the devil, and it was with one in particular, very incredibly rare that basically almost kind of probably impossible for a demon to be owned by 2, because why would they share a soul? Right, so that's basically impossible. I'm going to say because it's a game of imagination, it's not actually impossible, but like I think everybody in this world, including all the devils, would agree it's impossible, because that would just cause fighting, like who actually gets it. Like,
It's a game of dragons then.
Is that would be kind of, is there not a myth about that kind of thing where like you can't, no, I like the Simpsons episode. I like that whole thing.
yeah, Homer gave his
yes,
soul to
all
Marge.
Yep.
Yep.
It's a Simpsons episode,
Yep.
but that could happen.
Yep. They're starting to unravel. The whole thing's based on Simpsons plots.
Oh no! Simpsons did it.
I was so convinced it was a myth, and then I was like, oh no, wait. Oh, no,
It
wait.
was The Simpsons. Yeah, yeah. Homer sells his soul for a
That's why I
donut,
keep
but
bringing it up,
realized
isn't it?
Yeah.
he realizes
Can't, because
he's
Marge.
owns his soul.
already owns
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, Nori, you just go to the pub because.
I know I'm the one who said dragons then, but I just can't now get the image of Hilary DeVay out of my head. Like
Right, okay.
as one of the devils just sitting at the table as someone, like some supplicants come up trying to make a deal. It's like, yes, I like your pitch. I like your pitch. But I'm gonna want
That'll be greed then.
half the soul.
Nate, what is it? A 91% stake in your soul for this to go through. You'll get half the startup money. Yeah.
Yes. You
Nice.
wanted your competitor out of business. How do you want better? I'll kill the son of a bitch.
And his entire bloodline.
Yes. But gonna want daughter's soul as well.
So I'll just add this to the goals in progress list as well, right? That we're just having our own Devil's Den, like
Yeah.
TV show within Cascade.
Pitch meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think he.
Well, I've never been to Caldera, so I don't. And anything I know comes from Mum's stories, and she doesn't massively love to talk about it due to the whole family estrangement. But and again, I only know Grandma through letters, and
You ever seen her? Even a picture?
no, I know that she's in sin, not the pit, and that she is quite, although I hesitate to use the word, proud about that, and still very angry that Mum remained here after meeting Dad. Families are tricky.
I would say talk to Hedera about Caldera, but I am aware she is a skewed. She lived low down, and so she knows the things that live there. She gets nightmares. You've seen how strong she is. For further clarification on what you saw last night, as distressing as it was, if she bleeds, her blood will create another version of her. It lasts so long, or it just dissipates. But incredibly powerful for a 19th generation. Dread to think what the first asked for and got, and from whom. But yeah, I could show you it if you ever came to Voros. There's a path up the top of the short mountains that people leaving Caldera use. Come over and through into Voros. That's how I met Hedera.
Oh.
Could take you up and show you the place, but
We may need it, depending on where we go next.
Yep. You might get to meet the queen of the dwarves. Don't ever have a drinking competition with her. Ever. I didn't know where my fucking knees were for a day.
That seems like good advice.
Fucking. What the violence and. It was a successful night. We were celebrating. So, speaking of devils, we're trying to avoid one. I think Myr'ra is right. We go see the other one before we run into one of the others. I feel like this city's turning into quite a melting pot. Not in a good way.
Living up to its purpose, I suppose.
Nori.
To add to the mix of intrigue,
Mhm.
we haven't touched on the Farron. Do you think they were sent on purpose? Do you think they were sent at all, or was it just
A raiding party?
And how
Once
accurate is Sir Ethane's assertion that they can be attracted by magic? A lot of magic's happened here in the last few days. Were they coming to the city?
Repeated.
Mhm.
They could have just turned that place into a fucking beacon. Or this place, I mean to say, to a beacon. I don't know, but if this place, this city could take the Fae.
I might look into reports of Farron near Cascade. Surely we have records of everything. Surely we've got some.
Where's
Maybe I'll
Lockhart
try
when
and
we need
check on Lockhart at the same time.
Nori, forgive any rudeness I come across here, but we learned recently that the first blade is a person, an elf. Anything. Myths, fairy tales, stories, folklore, I don't care. Anything that could explain that one.
It would be a mystery to me. I was too young. Again, that this would be a roll because I haven't in my own mind anything that would come to mind here. So
you can kind of roll like whatever you kind of know about your Elven history. Yeah, if you want to do an intellect roll for that.
just going to do well. yeah, just go do a straight one.
And do you have any skills that might be relevant? I added those things to the goal list as well, just for use.
Arigato gozaimasu.
As I said, feel free to
Only
post.
really perception.
No, it wouldn't be perception. But feel free to
No.
add anything to that channel, and I'll add it to the lists as I go that you think of. Just saves me having to dip in and out. Can do it in batches. But yeah, if you want to give us an intellect roll then, Nori.
Yeah, it's disappeared behind my screen.
The windows like to hide underneath each other.
Yes, exactly.
Get back here.
I knew it was there somewhere. Submit, difficulty unknown, effort to roll no. Just a
Every
straight
time
roll.
you say difficulty unknown, that destination unknown part of that song always plays. Destination unknown.
That song gets stuck in my head. Viktor. I know where you live, Viktor.
You do.
I know.
Yeah.
60!
Yeah, it's
That's
pretty
not
good.
bad.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, so Brannon L, that name is not a Bronzebark name. It's Brannon L Ironroot. As of the Ironroot elves and the king of the Ironroot elves at the time of the Fey War.
Oh.
Sense.
So at least 3 of the elven leaders were in the Fey War. 1 was too young and is
Yeah.
newer.
Yeah,
And we don't know what happened to Brandon Nell.
Brannon L. Yep,
Brandon.
Brannon L. Yes, Brannon L.
And then
Sadly, depending on what season it is, the emphasis changes with Elven languages. So
so true. Shift through the word.
yeah, oh, I love that.
Ah,
Just casually throwing out cool world lore there. You know, that's awesome. Need to write that down for later. Right, but yes,
Just for my memory's sake, Chris, have you ever told us what type of elf you are?
it did
Just
come
my
up.
memory.
Yes,
It came up last time, I think.
yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck.
I am a Bronzebark.
Because you were on the border.
Yeah.
So on the map, which I'll just, I guess, point out again, since we can do that now, the bridge over Whitewater, which is a town on the border between the Bronzebark elves and the humans of Denk, that's where Nori's from, and it's very rare that elves and like humans would mix. So they're kind of a wee bit ostracized from both kind of like, I guess, like peoples. The humans don't really have much sway there. Like, I guess if you asked a bunch of the humans there like who the queen was, they'd probably have answered like Loudon at the time, right? But more and more, like, I can't remember what I called Loudon's dad. I know it was like, was it Frostfist? Something Frostfist. But yeah, like probably during his time, they'd all have said they were human, like ruled. And obviously as times went on, they've kind of moved on a bit. But yeah, like definitely in like Nori's lifetime, a lot more elven influence. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where it came from, exactly.
Yeah.
It's the musical
Yeah,
episode, I see. I like
We
it.
have to come up with a musical
singing,
name at
no
the end then.
Yeah.
Um,
In my mind, the relationship was a trade agreement. There was always battles between humans and elves, always over generations. And the reason my dad was human, my mother elven, and it's this tie that allows these two to operate a trade agreement and keep the peace that we join every few generations.
So naturally being like a
Oh.
kind of, not quite, very important symbolic, child of both races, Nori clearly ran away and went and stole a whole bunch of stuff in the big capital city. So, yeah.
Did Nori establish last time if his parents were still alive?
They did, in fact, establish this
They-
very distinctively.
Yeah, that they were.
Yes, and they're very not.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They
I
were
remember, like,
assassinated.
I'll check.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Oh,
one
they
of
were
the big
murdered. I won't say
hiding.
assassinated. We cannot prove
Killed is a
That's a
phrase,
good one.
yeah.
that. Killed,
Allegedly assassinated.
Yes. Yes. And I'm sure I'm being hunted, but I can't
Mhm.
clarify that in any way.
Well, at least the pictures will be out of date by now.
Elven pictures go out of date. The elves like change appearance. ever.
I feel like you were a child. No, you're not a child. That's no
That's
problem.
fair.
Yeah.
They'd have to do that like, where you've got to like, age people up, but you don't really know. Like,
Just a
maybe.
bunch of magic time spells being like,
Yeah.
actually
But what
the
if they got a
the ink
nose
just
piercing?
faded on
No.
the page. It doesn't actually look older.
But it's one of the reasons I'm afraid to reveal too much of myself, because if there is somebody hunting me, I'm putting other people in harm's way.
I mean, even the fact that they're called Nori Nediam isn't a Nori Bronzebark name or anything, right? Like, most elves have their surname. Yeah. But that's what you learn from your little history roll, is that Branonel was the Ironroot King way back when, and that's just because obviously that name probably does get mentioned a bunch in any kind of like memories of, times long gone by, considering the elves, all elves owe a lot to the Ironroot elves. God, even as you have learned slowly, the devils owe a lot to the Ironroot elves. So, yep. Arguably the whole table does too, right? Given, a lot of people owe the Ironroot elves a lot.
Just need him to turn up and deal with the ravens and doors right now. Just like, go away.
Yeah.
No.
Please, King Arthur, this. Just come back. Okay. I know it's late, but we want to go. We want to go to the Arcanatrix. Do we want to do that in the morning?
I am going to use my ring, contact Sloth.
Okay.
Just basically ask, taking visitors, we have some.
Okay, yeah, go for it.
What was the roll? Just
D10 for the depletion,
D10.
yeah. I think
who's the someone here?
I'm unsure if you're
Myr'ra.
see if you're able to like
okay.
have the artifact coded in. I think if you actually have it coded into your artifacts at the bottom right of your character sheets, it will let you click that, and I think it'll do the depletion roll itself, but I don't know. That's just my feelings about that, so you can play about with that later.
We will assess that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I emphasise that it's Riven, so he doesn't get confused. Riven, the lady with the big sword you met the other day.
Well, I
invited
think
her to
we
tea.
established that move that I took for the rings
Oh, yeah.
does say the person will know who it's from, just because you don't have to then say, by the way, it's me, to use up your
I
word
just feel
allowance.
like with Sloth, I need to just end the call with over. Just because it's
Loves and
Sloth,
kisses, Riven.
Oh.
and then just wait for their response.
Can you give me an intellect defense roll?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
How did I know this was coming?
I know this was gonna sting, but it might teach us something. So just intellect.
Intellect, and yep, and anything that boosts your intellect defense, obviously factor in.
It's
Yep.
me. I've got nothing.
I know that, but I'm just going to keep saying
Can
this
we get
as a standard.
might ones, please? Can I have a single might one?
I mean,
a crumb of being like working to my character stat because the fight was all speed, which I suck at.
Oh.
Nope.
Even with my enable others.
Not in your life. I am going to use
Aw.
that.
Oh.
Guess what I still have? Reroll any number one die for 10,000 bits. I'm banking this shit. Take me alive.
Second that one in a row.
I mean, go for it. That is what the channel points were for.
Hey.
Cool. So, you are no longer in that ambassadorial room. You are, in fact, just sat in that dining room with Sloth like pottering around, dusting like a shelf that just looks like he's moving dust around the shelf rather than taking it away. And he kind of like turns round and goes, "So, you hello, you made it."
Did. Thank you.
What's all this about? Talking in my head.
Okay, not do that.
I sent a letter.
You have very nice handwriting.
I didn't write it. That'd have taken me ages.
I see. Okay. Cool trick. I'm sure the voices. Speaking of voices, your sword talks too much. Or the sword. Your sword is your sword. Whatever. I don't give a fuck.
You've been talking to it.
It talked
Maybe
at
you should come
somebody.
see me.
Do you remember all the people we had here last time?
It just looks at you. There's no response. For anyone that doesn't know that I have cast, or if I had the budget, would cast Billy Connolly as Sloth. Mhm.
It would be Sloth.
Could you send me back so I can go get my friends and bring them here?
Oh, you're not really here.
Oh.
We're just talking.
So you can talk in people's heads.
No, your head's here.
Have you fucking decapitated me?
I don't think that would help our situation.
No. I am so fucking confused.
I'll see yous later then. And then, like,
Yes.
all of a sudden, like,
Do you
everything
want us to
blurs.
bring anything?
Just as you're saying that, the blurry headache of you getting slammed back into, like, the room. So to everybody else's, like, point of view, Riven just grabbed their head and kind of, like, you know, seemed to zone out for a second or two.
Don't talk to the devils. Don't do it. Ah!
Okay, good. Let's add that to the list. Very sane. Maybe now.
Are you okay, Riven?
I'm fine. He didn't hurt me. He didn't hurt me. He didn't mean to. It was like I talked to him in his head, and his reaction was just to kind of pull me to him. But I was there, but I wasn't there in the dining room we were in.
Astral projection.
I don't know, because he emphasized we weren't talking in our heads, that I was actually there. I don't know.
Your
We have
your
to go
mind
see
was
him.
there.
We have to go see him. We have to go see him.
Did-
That
did
was
he
an accident.
The door
come
goes.
invite us?
There's a
Or
knock at the door. As,
He asked us to come. Oh, fucking door. Somebody get it. My head hurts.
I go and open the door.
Okay.
yeah. Yep. Both of you like
Everybody's
head for the
heads
door.
between our knees. Like,
There's,
me and
breathing
Nori,
heavily.
A very like
Do that.
gaunt-looking, well-suited man hands over a letter
That's his.
and then vanishes in a puff of smoke again.
That's,
Neat trick.
that's not his handwriting.
His handwriting.
So like you
Like
open,
where the man was.
just like the
Don't know,
smoke
he just said-
dissipating.
He says he doesn't write it. It takes too long. Oh, that fucker writes in crayon and my head hurts.
So like, yeah, it's got the same seal as the last letter had on it, etc. You open it up and it's got obviously a formal invite again for an evening with Sloth.
Right, let's go.
Did we bring gifts? I mean, we kind of semi-invited ourselves.
What would you give the devil like
I
Sloth?
don't know.
We've
I
got
don't
some
know
French toast
etiquette.
left.
Do we have cushions or blankets? I feel like lots of things he can lounge upon. Idea. Like Riven's acting a bit fuzzy in the brain. It's just like, woo.
Myr'ra's going
When
to
am
quickly go not be in her pajamas.
Yeah.
Would
Wait a minute.
Would we be insulting him by giving him a gift? Like, some trash that he could just have conjured for
I think
something twice as
the
good.
fact that you thought of him, shade. I'm gonna go put on some armor. Don't feel the need to put it all on. Why am I not frightened? Is what I say.
Myr'ra, is there any our other friend giving gifts is a potential hazard? Is there anything?
I feel like if the gift comes from our side without expectation, that's not a contract. If that's what you mean.
That's yes. Yeah. No. Yes. Yes. No contracts. No.
Hmm.
Not for me. No.
Yes, I think if it's freely given with no.
I like how clandestines are being in about Chiral, even though you've looped in Falkwin, but I still like it in the context of being like, we're still uncomfortable speaking about it.
Yeah.
We're still
Remain
in,
cautious.
not enemy territory, but we're in a
Yeah.
politically charged.
Yes, a political hot pot.
But like cake should be fine.
I would also suggest then the
Slow cooker
drink that he gave us, the water he gave us last time, wasn't. No, we'll take some wine. Take some wine with us. You can have a drink of wine while we're at the table, rather than his dishwater.
And before he's a teetotal devil. I feel like if he's given us dishwater, then it's because he's fine with dishwater. I don't know. Like
Riven
Orange
reappears and just
juice?
says,
Did we bring orange juice?
we asked for water, we didn't specify he picked up a bucket of water from the floor. I think you need to be specific with this man.
Correct.
That is
We'll bring our own.
true of.
Riven is not in full armor. She's maybe got like one arm piece on and like a couple of bits on her hip, but she's not fully kitted out. She's kind of like fighting casual. I don't know. Still has the sword. Still has the sword. Not playing games today, but it's just like,
yeah, with a mind to etiquette and his sort of more upper crust upbringing. I guess Falkwin picks up a bottle of nice wine at some point on the way.
Sure.
We're tracking money and means and wealth and stuff.
I mean, only when I feel like it's like it matters. Like, I mean, you didn't really spend all of your inventory stuff anyway, so I feel like it's definitely within Falkwin's means to have picked up a nice bottle of wine on the way. Other point of admin, mechanically, I can't give you your armor bonus if you're thematically not wearing all of it, just so you know.
Thematically not women. Yeah, she's not kitting herself out.
But I think you'll also know that he won't necessarily care if you turned up in full armor. I think is the gist you could probably.
I think it's more Riven's not wanting to be that person. So she just, I don't want fights. I don't want fights.
That's fair.
Not kitted out for a fight.
But yeah, I think being like your half armor, I guess, is fine then. I am for that. But so, are you stopping off at the Arcanatrix on the way, or are you just heading straight to Sloth?
It would be rude to keep him waiting.
Definitely keep our eyes open for any jewels left haphazardly around the city. Bag a few.
I mean, if anybody wants to roll perception on the way between, then feel free to.
Okay. Go for it.
I'll go with that one. Okay.
Falkwin's picked up one already, so
yeah, I think
not knowing like the syntax of how this magic works.
So just an intellect roll if you don't have a perception.
Correct. Yeah.
Cool.
Maybe nice to let someone else. Just in case.
The non-magicy people can pick them up.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
Oh, ha, he ha.
So, on the way between, obviously, the council chambers, the fixed building, because that's made out of the black material as well, as you like pass the Arcanatrix, which is a recently, and I say recently since, it's not 900 years old, but it's between then and now, a structure built not of iron root construction, because most of the buildings that are functional in here aren't of ironwood construction. It's almost Isengard-esque, where the main council chambers are quite central and quite spire-like, to obviously give an overview of the battle, and then very big black fortified walls, but the docks were obviously there. The docks can be sealed, though. That is a thing. There are gates in place for that, but you have never seen them sealed. They've just never needed to, quite frankly. But the most of the structures within the city now, like the housing, the shops, etc., blah blah blah, are all clearly built of normal materials for that. But yeah, as you're walking, like between obviously Riven and Nori, you'll notice that there's definitely a bunch of shops selling these things now. And yeah, like Nori, you definitely notice a lot more, obviously, based on knocking that roll out the park than anything else, but there's none just unattended now. They all seem to have been acquired in the day that has passed. But you've both definitely noticed different shops selling them. Obviously, Nori, you've got an eye for this type of stuff, so you've probably spotted every single vendor and why all the prices vary quite wildly. But yeah, there's they're all basically listed as expensive as the cheapest you've found in terms of like the way this game does gear. Expensive item is the cheapest, and exorbitant is most for the costs of this. Or I think, is there a very expensive tier? I think there is very expensive, exorbitant. I think that's the ranges. It's definitely, they're all priced at the top end of the spectrum rather than anything else. But there is definitely like nowhere you could see like, someone's wrote, the price at one point. It's been scored out and increased because obviously, they didn't know how to price these things other than their glowing jewels, right? So maybe like someone went, oh, this would be good, you could sell it for say 500 gold, amazing, and then their neighbour is selling it for 750, goes, okay, maybe mine's is 700 gold. Trying to make sure that they're getting some kind of balance to this, but you don't just see people casually walking around with them. And as you know, the Arcanatrix picked up a whole bunch, so who knows what they've had, in a day's time. Yeah, I mean, I guess, Nora, you could ask me a question based on your perception roll related to the gems, but I don't really know what else there is to really add, if I'm honest.
No, I think I'd turn to Riven and I'd go to Riven. We've discussed Skyjail many, many times. Have you noticed all the gems now for sale? Do you wish to forgo Skyjail? Or shall we just leave them and wait for the Arcanatrix?
I love that pose for Riven though, because like, in the almost vest top I imagine Riven's in, right, with the arms out and like the red mane of hair that Riven has, like, yeah, it's just that people, why?
It's up to you. We don't have to. We have them at their Arcanatrix. It can wait.
Swordhead. I cannot see. Outside of this, I can't see what you do. And I continue moving.
I like though that Riven described herself as a predator, though my vision goes this way.
On this occasion. Is it worth it?
If you want to have...
Nori says, staring at the camera. There's a lingering shot. Is it worth it? Folks at home.
If there any morality about the stealing of it, yeah, these people
None.
also just took it off the street and are now selling it for money. Undermine them. Steal it back.
I mean, these people are doing it, so we should too, as that's always the best chance. So on becoming aware of these stalls, Falkwin directs some attention inwards towards Aluben, sort of like, hey Alu, you awake? You seeing this? What do you think?
And like, there is no like appearance, obviously, or nothing like that, but there is that kind of reply. It's, what is there to be seen? Have you acquired a gem?
Well, there are stalls selling them. People seem to have...
And I will phrase as well, this isn't like marketplace out in the open. These are actual shop fronts with glass windows and such, right? So it's less marketplace and more like nice district of shops. Because this is probably where you bought the wine, right? So,
okay, yeah.
But yeah, so it's definitely like storefront type things rather than
High-end shops.
Yeah.
Buy these.
Yeah, her main concern was, have you acquired one yet?
Not yet. No. We can stop by the Arcanatrix. It would probably be wasteful to buy one here. Also, who knows what kind of magic is on them? That could end up cursing us, I think.
Best not to speculate about what lies at the bottom of the river before we stick our hand in.
Indeed, indeed. Personally, I would like to not spend money on ones if we don't need.
Five fingers.
I was going to say,
That's all we need to pay.
there is a pause from Alabenne there, and you can feel the pause. And then she says, yes, currency is so hard to come by. And that's very sarcastic on her part, right?
Yeah.
And you can tell, like, she held back a bit.
I mean, yeah, it would be.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Puts Bracer on silent.
We did sign it over to the Arcanatrix and say we didn't want it back.
Yep.
True.
So
True.
we'd have to see if they would give us one to study ourselves.
And Nori.
But we could ask.
Yeah. I mean, so it's like I definitely don't want to ask Sierra for more.
Why?
We already owe her big.
But you've got that option with the Arcanatrix, or attempting to like take or buy one from a store. If MD has like an expensive to exorbitant item value lying around.
I don't have any expensive. Is this an exponential scale or linear? Like how many moderates make an expensive?
How many moderates you got?
Ooh.
Yeah, I doubt you can bump up two moderates to get an expensive, unfortunately. And you could try and
Also,
bamboozle someone into giving you an expensive for a moderate, right? I started with a paperclip and now I have this castle!
No, I think we would trust Lockhart for that, but probably not Falkwin.
Lockhart would just make the guy forget he lifted it. That's the scary thing about Lockhart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Alexander, what a choice time you've chosen to be busy.
Let's continue on.
Yes.
We will.
we know where they are now.
Yeah.
Yes.
We can't get one from
As
the
a
Arcanatrix.
meta point, like as a meta point as a player, I think it would be more fun to either have deal one, have Falkwin and Myr'ra use some Arcanatrix connections to see what's going on there.
The other thing to consider as well is you could always show Sloth one of them.
Oh, that is true. He might know things.
Yeah.
Just if you're taking
How dark is it?
what was it like? It's probably like I think you woke up at
7 or
6
8
p.m.
at night.
basically. By the time you've probably got your shit together and left, it is probably about 7. So, I mean I don't know what season we're in. We're probably in summer. So, I feel like we're we're still in the summer because of everything we spoke about at Loudenhall and their melon season. So,
Yes.
yep.
Melon pie.
Melon pie.
Oh.
So yeah, it's probably quite a nice warm summer night.
Okay, so it's still too bright at the moment.
For what, dare say?
I'm just speculating out loud, just mumbling that it's just a bit too bright. I would have to. No. Let's continue on for the moment. I might need my cloak back sooner rather than later before on their journey home, shall we say?
Do we want to try the Arcana tricks then? On the way to Sloth?
Sensible.
Okay. How are you approaching this particular right? The goal is to acquire one of the gems, if not the original one you put in. So, how do you want to approach this? Just go to the people that were organising that and ask for it back? Or steal one? Or some other avenue that you have yet to tell me? Because I'm open to options.
I wonder if we have enough of an in with the people who would be studying them. Like, Falkwin has a special interest in magical items, so probably knows.
Yeah, your name's probably at least on like a course somewhere, right, for that, to say you are a student of that specific study.
So at the very least, he probably has a tutor or something, or like knows an academic who's involved in this research area.
And even though we're walking in here with a wizard, aren't we, Myr'ra?
That's true too.
I love how your name is
You
just
are a
evolving
wizard.
as time goes on as well.
Myr'ra. Sorry.
Myr'ra. Myr'ra.
Like the elves, the pronunciation changes.
Yeah.
Well, we can.
Myr'ra.
We did.
You are
deposit
working here with
one.
a graduate? Yes.
Yes, I'm more book-based than magical artifacts, but we did deposit one, and we can say that we now need it back for our own academic reasons. After asking what they've managed to find out so far, I bet there's a form for that.
Lockhart's ears twitch.
Falkwin is doubtful at Myr'ra's optimism and bureaucracy here. Falkwin doesn't think they're going to see it that way.
No, but I
Gotta
bet there's a
try.
form we can sign in triplicate. It says, you know that thing that I asked you to look at. Can I have it back, please?
So yeah, I think we'll have it.
We're going to look at it ourselves.
You head back inside. You obviously speak to the kind of grandiose reception area. Pass all the unnecessary first year assignment, floating objects in a fountain type nonsense, and then you head past that and you say obviously what you need to say regarding what you said last time about you're here to inquire about the Rakishan gems, whatever they're being called by this, and then the receptionist points you down there and just says room 4005 or whatever it is,
101.
Yeah, not quite room 101. No, we're not there yet. That's a room no one else goes in for some reason. It's the same as room 404. Nobody's found that for years now after some spells went wrong. So
it's a rumour we tell the first.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's actually just the staff room's room 101. But yeah, so room 4005 or whatever. So you just work your way through the winding corridors of the Arcandrix. Clearly much bigger on the inside than it really has any right to be, but a lot of it is underground as well. And it's very haphazardly built up the way too. So one of the
enjoy the idea that the Arcanatrix inside is actually Hilbert's hotel. Infinite rooms, you can walk in, rooms just appear. You never know when the end is.
It's actually just Twin Peaks inspired levels of nightmare corridors where you're just why are there owls everywhere? But yeah, so you eventually find that room again. You kind of go inside. There is a very as if it's chalk dust all over their front, like feet up on the desk, leaning back, mouth open. There's a butterfly on their nose that goes in tight, their wings go in time with the snoring. Big long beard, again all kind of covered in chalk dust. Just someone KO'd lying on a desk, as if snoozing. Nobody else in the room, but all those familiar baskets are all neatly logged. And this room's not quite warehouse size, but it's big. It is big to house a whole bunch of essentially big magical wicker baskets.
Hello?
And the butterfly kind of gets up with a start and flies just onto this person's head as they can stumble awake and go, and start chewing, and then and sits back at their desk and starts shuffling paperwork around.
Good evening.
Oh! And then they look up at you as if they've just noticed that you're there. It goes, Oh, well, come in, come in. Which student yours?
Which student?
Kind of just blinks at you.
I point at Falkwin. This one's mine.
Ah, yes. We expect great things from this one.
Mm-hmm. He's proving
Just have
good
to
so far on his
study
way.
hard and you'll go places, young man.
Falkwin gives an appreciative bow.
Like, Falcon, you've never met this guy before.
Yeah, just pretending that he knows.
Yeah. Has Myr'ra met this guy?
I don't know, have you ever met like this slightly bumbling master wizard?
We've seen him in bits of the library and I try and ask her because he's all covered in dirt.
Definitely feel that Riven is leaning like against the door frame from the inside because she never fits through fucking doors and is looking down at Nori going, like, the jewel. In at least 10 minutes.
I think we'll be seeing Sloth tomorrow. It's not going to be tonight.
I mean, it's like an epitome of what he represents, right? Laziness and darkness. You'll appreciate the humor, I'm sure. Just kind of leans back up.
Is he the only one in the room?
Yes, besides him and the butterfly on his head.
Oh yes.
He has bald on top, white kind of like clouds style hair at the side, big long beard, a lot of chalk dust down his like robe and beard. You can tell like there's something where he'd be wiping off the chalk from the board with his beard, would be the assumption here.
It's what's there. You make use.
Yeah, yep.
We were here yesterday. We deposited one of these mysterious gems. Has much been done to uncover their nature yet? Knowing that, like, in 24 hours, that's not known. Like, they'll have just
kind of like raises an eyebrow and goes,
"Yeah.
Oh, is that what's in the baskets?"
Yes.
Huh. So you're not here for parents' evening?
No. Did they really?
Kind of looks
through?
around.
That's
He
unusual.
just looks around like, this might be the wrong room.
This isn't really where you are.
Is that reaction Hannah or Myr'ra? No.
Oh, so he didn't think he didn't even realise Myr'ra was a wizard, probably.
No.
He just thought she was.
That was
The
Hannah and Myr'ra saying no at the same time.
He's my new favourite. You need. Where are you supposed to be?
Well, until about 2 moments ago, I thought I was supposed to be here. Where are you supposed to be, young lady? I can't supposed to be here. I'm. Then like kind of like he puts like his hand up to like his head, and then like, the little kind of butterfly like flies over and lands and goes, "Here we're supposed to be keeping track of where we're supposed to be going."
Oh,
And then he just kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh, I'm
20 minutes.
terribly sorry. You know, keep up your studies." He nods towards you, Falkwin. Then just gets up and leaves. Just kind of excuses himself underneath like Riven's arm, who's probably like leaning against the door frame. So he shuffles on.
See you at parents' evening.
This is why the library just runs better. I look around the room and go, well, I guess we could just, as long as we take a blue one. Is there a pile of forms? Can I find our form in a pile somewhere?
Also,
just add on to the bottom.
Myr'ra, you remember as like he's leaving, muttering away to his butterfly. You're like, oh, and like his name comes back to you.
Yeah.
So it's like Master Wizard Duel, DU''WELL. And he's one of those really annoying older kind of like wizards that when you go, Master Duel, and he goes, I always try to. That
Yeah.
kind of proper
Like,
cheesy
it's not funny
crit.
anymore.
Yeah. Mhm.
It was funny. It was funny once. Not funny anymore.
Please stop.
Oh. Stop.
But every
It's also,
time.
it's like it's the the man that lived in my finger hired the crew.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
my favorite Muppets Treasure Island moment.
Muppets.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I try and find our form.
I will take an empty kind of like leather coin bag that I found that's like Riven just has. It's sizable and just gives it out to Nori. Pick the blue one.
So I like that, like, you know, Myr'ra's looking through paperwork and Nori just looks for a basket full of blue gems. Yeah, you
Make
open
sure you
it,
don't
there's a
touch
nice, like, blue glow when you open it from the collective pile of them. There is... You could probably buy a castle and furnish it and staff it with the value you'd estimate in here.
I'm going to accidentally take 2.
But
Please,
two,
please.
then one for
2 is good.
Riven's
One's
not paying
correct.
attention.
That's my thinking. Although we're filling in a form for 1, I'm going to accidentally take 2 into the bag. We have 2 investigations to do here, just in case one gets destroyed.
True.
So I now have a coin bag with 2 blue gems that I give back to Riven because Riven always likes to get her stuff back from me.
For some
Remember
reason.
the map.
Oh, the map.
I'll let you keep that fuck. I did actually let you keep that fucking thing.
Eventually.
I didn't know you, and now I will cut off the head of any person that comes for you. Keep that in mind. You can keep the blue gems.
But do you trust me with your things?
Depends what
Aha!
the thing is. You trust me with your bow.
Yeah, it's just
Still,
a bow. I can get another.
She kind of looks it over for a second. I need to get you to meet the guy that makes stuff, guys. Make you something interesting.
After like a moment or two, Ben appears next to you, Falkwin, and just kind of looks around and says, I'm assuming this is the room.
Yes. This is this appears to be where the Arcana tricks are stored in the gems. They appear to be not doing much with the moment.
This room is uncomfortable. We should leave.
You might want to throw her those gems.
Can you quantify why it's uncomfortable for
Let's
us?
leave first. Ask questions later.
Falkwin just sort of nods and walks. Also, did you see Alibed materialized?
Yeah, they have appeared in the room.
Okay.
Yeah, as soon as like that guy left, and then Nori went over to like open one of the cases up, like Alibed appeared, was like, "Is this the room?" So yeah.
Yeah. Falkwin takes Riven's cue and starts walking to the door. Riven starts walking to the door, but continues to be focused on Aluben and intently asking her and sort of them and sort of being very, very keen on,
like, please expound on what you mean by that. Yeah.
Yes, continuing the conversation, just like yeah, we can move. Just someone else steer for me.
Like as you like head towards the door, like with the gang, and like, I'm assuming, Myr'ra, are you looking to take your paperwork away that you'd originally filed, or just file something random? Yeah.
It was to the bottom of it, going to write withdrawn for research.
Yeah, cool.
It's going to be like, yeah, we took that back.
Yep, cool, perfect.
The paperwork's fine.
Yep, so you quickly scrawled like,
this
you know, Wizard Myr'ra quickly claimed 2 for research, or 1 for research, I guess.
1 for research.
Yeah, 1 for research. Yeah, and then done. Yeah, so as you're like walking away, like Alibed doesn't move from the spot like she materialized in. She's still just staring down the long corridor full of like these shelves of these baskets, and then like as you're like asking her to like, you know, explain, she just says it's very much more of a saying it to herself before she dissipates again, and she just says suffocating and dissipates.
Yeah. Can we estimate how many gems might be in this room?
Okay, so there were a lot of baskets. So we're talking maybe something like 40 baskets, and imagine them like the size of a washing machine each. Right, there's my best estimation of a size. Each basket was a washing machine size, and each of these like gems was about like a big egg, right? So imagine how many is probably in each basket based on that math somehow. How many eggs can you fit in a washing machine? But not just the barrel of the washing machine, a full volume of a washing machine.
Yep. One, yeah.
Yep. And then
And
times that by 40.
Everything. Yeah, that's not even how much actually have been brought.
No,
that's how much are in the Arcanatrix.
Yeah, which is which you can probably guess that they have assigned people to collect these, but don't really have the authority to just take them out of shops without a reason. So they kind of need these are danger bad, to go into a shop and say, we're acquiring this, here's your receipt that you'll get nothing back for. Bye. Like, yeah, they can't just take people's stuff yet. Okay, so off to sloths. Nice.
Suffocating. Apply something in there. It's
or just there's a lot of magic
contained together.
Yeah, or it's just the aura.
Don't like it.
Yeah. So you head through the city. Myr'ra, you're kind of getting to see some of the kind of outskirts of the city as well. This is like, if it's all done in like circles within the walls, the very outskirts are like relatively like mediocre housing compared to a lot of the noble quarters and like ambassadorial quarters. Everything within the city only has space at a premium, blah blah blah. So these are kind of like, you know, slightly less than well maintained like townhouses that you're heading towards that are like maybe, you know, middle class people probably spending their family fortunes to stay in the city type situation. Whereas a lot of the people that like maybe operate the shops and stuff maybe have houses outside the city walls and surrounds the walls of Cascade, because a lot of people have built onto Cascade City just because it's, you know, very hard to alter the existing framework that the Ironwood Elves left behind. So yeah, I don't know how familiar you are with this part of the city or not, but this is maybe a bit new to you, and you just get to like Sloth's house again. It's where you remember it being, and yeah, like you just head up to the door. It does that creepy sound effect opening thing, and we take our break. Yep. So yeah, we'll be back in 10 minutes. I'll see you all then, and I think I'll just leave us on the map screen for the break. Maybe that's probably better.
Alabama's dead!
Imagine just deafening everyone. So we
I'm
should be
sorry,
back, hopefully. Yes, and fingers
Yep.
crossed.
Got
Yep,
down.
I can hear all.
I hear all.
I see all.
Falkwin's final form, a giant ear. Always listening, always pierced. Wait, what? So
Nani?
nanny the
So
fuck.
don't have any piercings right now.
I like the caveat there of
I like
right
it
now.
right now, just like eventually,
Yeah,
like
who
a
knows?
threat.
Okay, we'll get the intro and stuff done again, or the re-intro. So, good flow. This is the Demon Blade, part 4, or session 4. It's part 2 of session 4. It's probably a better phrasing than part 2 of part 4. It's probably better. And these are an 8th of a Siri Thane. Right. Okay, we've learned that. Okay, I'm Victor, the GM. It's the 25th of May, 24. Here are the players.
I continue to be Sean, and I continue to be playing Falkwin, who continues to be a mystical speaker who keeps no longer unconscious and unavailable.
Hi, I'm still Hannah, playing Myr'ra, Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Chris, and I'm playing Nori Nediam, Half-Elven explorer who infiltrates, who's about to get a gift of a brand new bow. Thanks, Riven.
I have connections. Speaking of Riven, hello, I am Nat, and I play Riven as a tough warrior, master weapon, and we're all going for a tea party with our best.
I mean,
At midnight.
it's not midnight yet.
Yeah, his idea was it.
Everything is fine.
Like it's probably about 9 p.m. though by the time you get there.
The
So
fact that he's not invited us to a sleepover is just like one completely out of his character. Sloth would invite people to
2 seconds.
Would you be able to get out of the sleepover in the morning?
The forever sleepover.
Probably
Forever
just
sleepover,
be
exactly.
lethargic forever.
So
That would
It's
be it.
very Lotus Eaters-esque.
Yeah.
So the door's open. You just head into this nice townhouse. Garden a bit unkempt, obviously. And again, you hear pottering around further in. And I guess you just make your way back through the drawing room into the dining room again. Obviously, for Hannah's benefit, Myr'ra just sees what is quite a nice like townhouse. Probably your parents probably live in like a nicer version of this, like, you know, closer to the centre of the city. So, but it is, as I said, probably needs a lot of work done to it, but you know, it's got a bit of charm to it.
The characters there.
Yeah. And yeah, you just head through into the the dining room, and again,
Are the
potting.
plates from last time still there?
No, there's like nothing.
Ooh.
There's nothing on the table. And you just hear, "I'll be out in a minute," just from the kind of kitchen, which is like beyond the dining room.
You need a hand. Last time you carried like 15 plates in.
And you just hear like, "A hand. I have a friend with lots of hands. Why would I not a friend?"
How many hands would you say? Could you count it on your hands? How many hands they have?
No.
Kind of cool.
No. You just hear muttering away to himself as he like appears, and he's like rolling up an apron that he may have been wearing.
I just give Myr'ra a look as in, this is the conversations, by the way. That's it. Be ready for this.
And yeah, like Sloth again, played by our wonderful top tier budget guest star of Billy Connolly. And he goes, "Oh, you've swapped them out." Points to Myr'ra.
Yeah.
We
And
actually-
lots.
do we have an excuse for where Lockhart is at the moment?
I mean, he's currently dealing with all that political diplomatic stuff that's going on in the city currently.
Sure.
I mean, remember, his queen is in the country, or in the city, I should say.
Oh yeah. She was
Yeah.
for Forever last night as well, wasn't
Yeah.
She's here already.
So, and Lockhart
We're not
works.
going near her. We're not going near her.
No.
He's like a direct employee of hers. So yeah,
Mm.
probably busy.
Brought you
Mhm.
a new acquaintance of ours. Gesture.
He kind of looks and goes, "Well, what is it? Is it an acquaintance of mine or acquaintance of yours?" Gestures.
Oh, it is an acquaintance of yours. Was an acquaintance of mine and it continues to be, but now it is an acquaintance of yours. As of this
Now
moment.
we've all met.
Kind of just like puts the apron on the table and then just puts his like hands on his hips and kind of looks at you and goes, "Huh. Third or fourth?"
Third.
Kind of nods. Okay. Just sits down. Kind of just looks tired.
Seems
Long
fair.
day?
What time is it? And then obviously whatever in-universe form of chronology we use. Like, yeah, like late evening, I guess.
Mhm.
It's like, huh. No, not really.
Good, I guess.
He kind of stares, kind of almost wistfully at the apron in the middle of the table as he's sat like, several seats away.
Hope
Just
we did not disturb you.
Oh, you were invited. You spoke. He gestures like his head.
Yeah, you did the head speak thing. Yeah, I did it first, then responded. You're a lot. In
Thank-
not a bad
It
way.
just kind of like goes, "Thank you.
I thought you'd think that.
I used to be more."
Hmm.
Elaborate, please. You could.
He kind of like chuckles a bit to himself and goes, "We spoke about it like yesterday."
Oh yeah, you used to have this.
ruler.
Mhm.
Yeah, fucking sword. I did offhandedly bring it up to you. And I should probably have brought this up to you. My head was very full of things. Why is it loud?
Kind of looks around and goes, "I dismissed the staff just as would be, in private."
No, the sword.
Specifics.
Why is the sword full of many, many, many voices, and why are they begging to get out?
Well, they specifically said free us. They didn't. It's hard to infer that they want out. They might have had some other meaning. But sorry.
Like Sloth just like looking at you kind of like probably a bit more intently than the others, like with a slightly cocked head. And then kind of just looks back to Riven, almost like animalistic in the way like his head moves. And he says, "That's probably the souls."
Souls
soul?
of what?
Kind of like puts like hands up defensively. "I've not had that sword in some centuries. I don't
Like-
know who's in it."
Is that
Ooh.
how that sword works? Is it every time it kills someone? It
And he
takes
kind
the
of like
soul
he
out?
leans in, right, with like his hands on the table. Goes, "That's how we work."
Every time you kill someone, you take the soul out of them.
And we make every time a devil makes the deal.
Kind of just like looks at both you and like points at both. He doesn't finger crossbows.
Okay.
Is this only this sword? Is this only sword number 2 that works like this?
I don't know the other swords.
Did you ever meet the first sword?
I mean, I fought alongside the elf. It was a while ago now, mind you. Bit foggy.
What happened to them?
Kind of like raises an eyebrow. Can sit back down. Like quite uncomfortable looking. And goes, "Messy business." Kind of like shakes his head a bit. Goes, not pleasant dinner conversation.
Jewish.
They're all gone now. And that's what it is.
That's all gone from this plane.
And they kind of like, he kind of like,
asking it like,
yeah,
like softly, like genuinely, like it's not. She's not comparing it to death.
Mhm.
She doesn't know if they're dead, but she's like, they upped and fucked off. You wanted us out of the cycle. You wanted us up and
So,
out of this.
are
world.
you as Nat confusing what the Goldleaf elves did with what the Ironroot elves, like what happened to them?
Yes, that's
Okay, so do you want to rewind a bit? Because
Yeah.
he says they're all gone in a very melancholy kind of way.
they're dead, right? Okay, I got that. That's where I'm getting mixed up. Okay, Riven would not.
Yeah, that's okay. That's why I thought, yep. The Goldleaf elves are the ones that, like, several, like, centuries later just made a place and went to it wherever the... Yeah.
That's
But we think the Ironroot elves are
all gone.
gone.
Yep.
And we don't really know. It's one of those no one really knows.
Nobody's really that
End
old.
of war.
Yeah.
I think he knows, but he doesn't want to talk
Here's what
about
I
it.
say, yeah.
And if let's, as like a kind of player moment, these people were strong enough to figure out how to beat the Fae. Let's face it, the Ironroots were the core group that went right. I kind of know what we need, and were the main kind of organizers. Whatever the fuck caused an extinction event on them,
Yeah, it's not something we want to poke.
it's either monstrous or self-inflicted.
And something that looks... I mean, it could also be both, right? But also something that makes Loth that uncomfortable.
Yeah, of that level of power. Yeah. Because it might... we don't know how... I mean, with us, he's very, very soft, and I don't imagine he'd mourn any of our deaths, but I imagine he'd be almost a bit disappointed. He'd be like, oh, they're gone. They were fun to talk at.
Yeah, like, you know, they were company once, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much he feels that way about them, or if he actually was like, holy fuck, I lost people that I thought I could spend an eternity with because they were eternally here like me. We're fleeting. We are fleeting. He had company that wasn't.
Well, keep in mind, not all elves... Like, elves aren't immortal in this world. They just...
But they're a lot more...
They have lived longer than most other races. Yep.
They're a lot more reliable in that sense for him.
The Ironroot, definitely. Like, it's easy to say that, like, again, maybe off the back of Nori's role earlier, like, Bran and El was probably, like, several centuries, maybe, like, 300-400 by the time the war happened. So, like, old. Very old for an elf, even in this world. Old for anyone, really, let's face it, because as I said, the lifespans are much shorter in this world for obvious reasons. The gods want to renew the souls. So yeah, so he definitely seems very uncomfortable at a lot of that, like you know that this is a person that's either got like trauma or anger or some kind of response, like about to kick off, but they're, you know, maybe not.
They know this is ignorant children asking questions. They know not what they're asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if someone has like some kind of wound and they go, oh, how did that happen? What happened there? Why is it like that? Does that hurt? You know, several very innocent questions, yeah.
Sweet. I mean, not to upset you.
Oh, I'm not upset. No, just... And again, immediately looks upset again. Immediately looks like, like...
Have you heard about the visitors in the city? Definitely pushing the subject somewhere
Yeah.
else.
He goes,
it's like, nope.
Well, aye. But not really. He just kind of gives you like a confused look.
The Rakashan Emperor and Empress are here.
Yeah, the current ones.
These ones?
No. Of them. I don't really sail much.
I don't know why I pinned you for somebody who would just sit in a boat as it lays down a river. A warm afternoon.
The expanse is a lot bigger than the Myr'ra River.
You are also eternal, so you'd get there eventually.
After a fashion.
That does sound like a taxing trip, though. I can fully understand you not wanting to.
Well, if you're on it afoot, and people to talk to.
It's fair.
I imagine for cannibals that's probably the same problem.
With good wine.
That's what was going through my head. Where did they go? Well, I had them.
Yeah. And then I missed the conversation.
He says that in a kind of joking, musing, self-amusing way, not in a he eats people kind of way, right? Just for the tone.
Breeds thing.
Player moment. With the wine we got as a gift for Sloth, how do we bring this up? How do we phrase it? Like I just mentioned offhand, like it would be polite to give him wine, but at some point would it make sense for yous to have planned out with Falkwin? Let's not do this just naively according to like politeness. Let's also take into account the fact that he's a devil, and we don't want to make it seem like we're ingratiating ourselves or buying something
Asking for anything.
Well, he did give
Okay.
us wine last time, so you could just
Mhm.
place it as this is to replace what we drank when we were
Is-
last here.
yeah.
Thank you very much again for your
I
hospitality.
mean, Falkwin
last time.
also totally could just be like, this is polite in my culture, so
Mhm.
like there's no reason to say that you wouldn't think. I mean, Sloth's been around a while. Probably has learned maybe something about another culture, maybe.
If you cared enough.
Yeah.
He learned something once. It was a while ago.
And he does choose to live in a city with mixed races, right? Very specifically, he hasn't chosen to like stay and hang out in Caldera. He isn't in hiding in the mountains somewhere. Do you know what I mean? Like he's in the one of the busiest places in the world.
Yeah, he's in the melting pot
Yeah.
for a reason.
It's probably
Obviously, like-
just less effort to people come to you, I guess, right?
Yeah.
As we have done.
Mhm.
I would have been player agency as
Yep.
well. Would like to ask one more question before we move on from.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
I would just like to, because he said that he doesn't want to go across to the Rakshats. But I think Myr'ra would maybe ask, did any of your siblings have
Okay.
connections?
I will say that when we asked him about what his siblings were doing, he's like, I think they're over there and over here, so he probably doesn't exactly know, but he might. He
Well-
didn't have any opposition telling us, oh, by the way, it's pretty much greed and wrath that run Caldera. Pride's fucking prancing about doing whatever the fuck she's doing, and I'm here. Like, he doesn't really have tabs unless they're making enough noise.
Yeah, I just want to know if there's
there.
anything specific about the rat. Like,
Yeah, so I don't
Yeah.
think he'd be angry about it. We inquired about various things, and he didn't get angry and he didn't snarl. He just was very kind of like.
yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to ask that, please do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Happy
I
to put that in
think-
there.
Yeah.
And he will kind of like sit and go, which ones were you thinking? I don't think any of them expressed any particular interests in boats.
It's more that upon their arrival here, they have maybe tried to impose some of those feelings here by dumping out a whole bunch of potentially enchanted gems and
Right.
encouraged people not to be greedy with.
Kind of like raises like a very bushy eyebrow. He goes, "You seem awfully tied up in your words. It's not very good for a wizard, is it?"
Maybe you would
It's
like to
happened
see
in the last
one
day.
of these gems.
Congratulations, by the way, on your recent graduation. I hear.
Yes, it's been fairly recent, and the world is much more terrifying than the library implied.
I would agree.
Mhm.
Although I've never been to your library, maybe that is scarier. Bunch of dead trees.
It is a shame.
And then he goes,
Better than when we used vellum, though. So
and he kind of like, just is it like both eyes kind of go wide as if he's thinking. He puts his hand through his beard. Is it? And then he goes, so I don't go out of my way to know where my siblings are. Because I don't really want them knowing where I am. I don't know if they would visit anyway. But I don't know if I'd want them to visit. What would we talk about? Maybe we should catch up.
Not right now, please.
Oh no, these things take time.
Yes, thank you.
Um,
Your butler has to go very far, I imagine, to send those your siblings.
he kind of just stares past you at that, and then goes, I imagine it's probably not wrath or greed that would get on a boat. He's just like thinking about his siblings. Like,
Who liked both?
yeah. It's like, as for the rest of them, I don't know. I mean, you did kind of say Pride was up to shenanigans. So, maybe they like boats now. I don't think so. Maybe I should get a boat.
Did say.
Yeah.
They
You
do
did
look like
say
fun.
sailing can be a hoot if you've got fun folks with you. On that note, Sloth, do you like wine? We brought a gift as a thanks for your hospitality last time.
Oh,
Falkwin produces the bottle of red wine.
I can't wait to see what he's get me for this time. Takes the bottle. I guess that'll be tomorrow? He kind of like chuckles to himself a bit, and then kind of like jabs you with the bottle of wine, and kind of goes, I'm only kidding. And then kind of just sits the bottle of wine on a chair at the table. And
Like it's also a gift.
yeah.
Mr. Bimbo.
That's nice.
Yeah, this is Mr. Bimbo.
Yeah.
Butterfly on the logo for the wine, yeah.
Mr. Chateau Petrus.
And he goes, what did you want to talk about? As if he's just deleted, like, everything
The
he's just
entire
spoke to. Yeah.
conversation.
Because as if the wine's reset him, going, oh, guests.
Um,
I mean, Hannah, if you have any questions about your lineage, it might be a thing.
Before
I think
we-
I'd be
we
more
move
interested
on.
in the gem.
Yeah, we should probably show
Yeah.
him the gem, right?
2 seconds. Nori, what were you saying?
I was just going to say we just asked him whether any of his siblings visited the Rakishan Empire, but do you think he'd have any knowledge of the Rakishan Empire visiting his siblings or himself?
Could ask.
You should be aware of them.
Hmm.
He did say he hadn't met the last set of rulers, he just knew of them.
Yeah,
I don't know
the
how-
weird impression you get is that he seems to be really informed about certain things and really not informed about other more obvious things. Like the fact that he knew all of you by name, hence the
And what we've been
invitation.
doing.
Like, roughly, obviously, what you've been doing. The fact that Hannah, like Myr'ra, graduated recently. Like,
And roughly what generation I am.
yeah. So,
Mhm.
there does seem to be weird levels
Piqued
of
interest.
Yeah.
Piqued interest.
It's almost, I mean, it maybe is slightly reminiscent of like that kind of ADHD style brain of like you don't get too long with your specialist subject of the week, so you've moved on.
And we are the subject of that week. Certainly. Feels that way.
Mm.
In a nice way, though. In a nice way. He's not been threatening.
No, because even when he did technically say something that could be construed as a threat, it was more just said casually, like the last time you were there, like especially for Hannah's benefit. Like when you were worried about trying to like, oh, he knows we've got the sword, and you just mentioned about trying to keep it safe, and his casual response was just, what makes you think you could stop me anyway if I wanted it? Like he said that after saying, I don't really want anything to do with that. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, and he very carefully threw in, also I'm a devil,
Mhm.
you know.
Which was, yeah.
More of a matter of
You know, they
fact.
could
So
all
yes, I think I'd like to
Yeah.
ask him whether he knows of the Rakishan Empire visiting.
Yeah.
His siblings.
How do you want to phrase that?
So you've said that the visit across the ocean is a bit too far for yourselves. But what about them visiting your brothers, your sisters? You have they paid any visits to yourself or your family that you know of?
Kind of looks around and goes, this is dusty enough without adding fur everywhere. Is all that sand?
Gets everywhere, doesn't it?
It's bad enough in Caldera.
Have you heard any whispers of your sister, Pride? She's not near the city, is she? Please tell me she's not near the city. Please tell me the truth, though. If you know it.
It's a lot of complex feelings you're cramming into that bottle.
Yep.
Kind of like sits and rubs his fingers. As I said last time, I don't really know what Pride's up to these days. I've not seen them in a while. I've not seen any of them in a while, actually. Wonder what they're up to. He kind of almost falls back into that loop from before, and he says, Wrath rarely leaves Caldera. He's quite comfortable there. As for the rest, just kind of shrugs. Maybe lust and gluttony would go over the sea. As if now following on from a previous conversation, he's like, what would they do over there, I wonder? I don't think they like cats either.
Oh, but there is a mass amount of jewels, mass amount of slavery, mass amount of war and death. Not quite your scene.
Not anymore.
But few of them could tick a few boxes.
Well, you're trying to say you don't know many people that could cause the same levels of he just like doesn't really finish those sentences, he just kind of like nods as if you know. His implication is people are awful.
People are awful, don't
Yeah.
need a devil involved to make it worse.
And it definitely, that isn't even aimed at the Rakish in this, right? It's just aimed at people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they feed off mortals making deals.
Yep.
Like they don't create the
Mhm.
demons. We do.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. And he kind of like, he looks a bit like, again, slightly melancholic at that again, that almost, that is a sad thing, type moment of, yeah, people are bad. And he goes, yeah, you said you were coming to ask. And he kind of just looks at you as if, again, like you haven't just been talking this whole time.
Okay, player agency. Can we ask him to look at? Are we okay with asking him to look at the gems?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's more than one. I will say gem. I say that.
I think that's why we got two, right?
Mhm.
One is for Alar.
Because I would like to know if that trace of celestial magic, if he can tell,
What it is.
is it devilish or angelic, and if it's devilish, can he tell if it's linked
Like,
to
what flavour of devil? Yeah.
Yes.
What
Ooh,
flavour?
there's
Yeah.
flavor. Can we look at
we
and tell us?
introduced him to Aliben last time.
No, she distinctly didn't
She
want to come out
refused.
to play.
Yeah,
She was like,
okay, yeah.
all she was doing was screaming in your head, get the fuck out, get the fuck out, get the fuck out.
Yeah, it was
No,
definitely like,
yeah.
this isn't safe, this isn't
Nope,
safe,
nope,
this
nope,
isn't
nope, nope,
safe.
nope.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because my other question would be as well, we could ask like, oh, we've improved the security measures on the sword. Can you still sense it?
No,
But I also
because
don't
you
know if we
might go
wanna-
in the bracer
Yeah,
and
I
that
was like, I
might
don't know
end
if we want to draw,
poorly.
and that's Falkwin's
No.
call.
Pocket sloth! Go!
Yeah,
Pokemon.
Aliben might freak out if Sloth just
Yeah.
appears inside.
Aliben sitting at like a lovely tea table, being like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Falkwin?
I'm waiting for the. I'm
And
actually
Kemp-
waiting for the realization that we don't have the sword with us, or he turns around and says, "What did you? Where has the sword gone? You know what I mean? Because it's not here this time."
Mhm.
I'm
Or is
tempted
it?
to ask Aliben about like her opinion of the meeting so far, but I also at a meta level don't want to involve her now.
She's
uh,
terrified.
What
of
would
Yeah.
Falkwin
She's
do?
terrified.
And at this point, Alabin isn't generating the get the hell out of here aura like they were last time, and that was more of a Alabin not screaming it constantly, but feeling it, right? It was a, this is not a safe place to be, we are so outmatched here. And it pretty much all kick-started from when it was a, what makes you think you could stop me line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like Sloth seems to be our mate now.
Doesn't dislike us, certainly.
Seems intrigued by you as well, to a degree.
I think we show Sloth the gem, and then depending on how things go, maybe we bring Alabin with her consent.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
So-
gonna say leave it to Chris to do this bit.
Yeah, thank you. Who? Sorry.
We're still
Done.
still in.
All right, we're meta. I know.
We're still
I
married.
know.
On you go.
I
I
know.
would like to see.
So, Mr. Sloth, before we move on to other matters, as you said, the Rakishan gave the people gifts, and we are unsure of them.
That was nice of them.
Well, we're not sure about that. We really, if for instance you gave loads of gems, do you think we should feel safe about that just because you've given?
Why would I do that?
Correct. This is what.
Where
we're
would I
trying to
get
do.
them from?
Again, we don't know the Rakishan Empire where they get their jewels, but we have a few that we'd like you to have a look at, if you wouldn't mind, if you could tell us if you know anything about them. We've got 2 of them.
Kind of just like stares a bit into space for like a half beat and goes, I thought it was wine you brought me.
Wine was only the prelude to the gems.
Okay. Just as if surprising himself with his enthusiasm.
More presents.
I will, like opening a roll of dice, I will get the bag out, I will jingle them to make sure there's still 2, and I will roll one onto the table. Not touching it.
For good.
And here I'm just kind of,
I
yeah, on you go.
I would certainly say Riven does let him know it's like magically inclined among us have gleaned celestial energy.
As you're like like starting that sentence as well, he just like puts his hand up and it flies into like his hand, like from the other side of the table. He kind of looks at it and he goes,
Just in case.
"Oh, oh, oh," and like holds it up to his eye and looks through it and like looks at everybody through it. And you can't see his eye through it because it's obviously got that glow in the middle, but he's as if like looking at everybody.
Shapes and colours.
And then-
Shapes and colours.
He kind of looks and goes, you're giving this to me. Player agency moment. To use-
Like just emphasising if it. We don't really know what it is. If you'd like to keep it, that's nice. You're more than welcome to.
So what is your reply to
we
that?
That's exactly what we reply to that.
Yeah, I think we'd maybe look at
Yeah.
each other and be like, if you.
There's certainly no expectation of anything in return.
Correct.
Importantly.
And he kind of goes, how did you acquire this?
The
Well,
gemstones are dumping up streets and allowing a
And how many did you say they dumped?
fucking thousand.
thousands.
And how did they come by them?
No
We
fucking
don't.
We don't know.
what's in
Oh.
it.
And
I'm
there,
not even that good a thief.
there is like a waver to his as he looks back at it and goes, kind of like just sits it in front of him and like just like pats it with his hand. Well, I've got good news and bad news.
Huh?
Well, it's the same news. It just depends on whether it helps you or not. Actually, it's probably all just bad news. So, and he picks it back up and looks at it. as if he's like really struggling to like vocalize. This has a soul.
Saying trapped inside, or like us, we have our souls.
What's the difference? Your soul's trapped in you.
But it is me. Did that thing originally reside and then get put in there, or has it always been in there?
I don't know if I would say your soul's you. Just that you're kind of teaching it. But that's... He kind of waves his hand. That's by the by.
Theology.
Yeah. He goes,
Oh.
well, if I cracked this open, I could do a lot with this.
A lot, please.
How much is a soul worth in the grand scheme of things?
Could a soul do?
Okay. He looks directly at Myr'ra. Maybe your Helborn friend could enlighten you on what souls can achieve. You only have to go a couple of generations up, do you not?
You do quite a lot. Depending on what's promised.
Or what would the Christians
And you
want
say you have two. He just
of
like cuts over,
souls?
and he's like, and you've got two, you see. I was like, you know, obviously rattled the pouch to get one out. He goes, whew. Whew.
And if these are just spread around the city, what? Oh,
I could live
would
for
that
maybe a good 50 years off of this.
What?
What? He just says back like a question.
You could live off of that for 50 years, did you just say?
What do you think I live off of?
So why would the Rakashans keep souls trapped in gems?
Kind of shrugs. That's quite concerning. There's so many.
Play a moment, Victor. What's the faith for the Rakashans?
Oh,
They
like,
don't believe in Enan and Ginin, do they?
you mean Alata and Gian?
No, I'm fucking.
That's okay. No, they do.
Yeah,
Like,
really.
They
so,
do.
like,
It's
remember,
world.
the Rakishan Emperor is called the Solar Emperor, and his name is Sun, as in S-U-N.
So surely that would be like forbidden magic because you're damaging the cycle.
100% would seem
Mhm.
like absolutely forbidden, because you're stopping things going into the
You're
cycle.
stopping that.
yeah.
Like for them
So,
to have that.
have a think
holy
as a
fuck.
strategist, right? In
Mhm.
this world, which
Okay.
souls would they want to stop going into the cycle?
But that doesn't.
Where would they get so many souls without concern?
Mhm.
What do you think these souls might be?
But even then, because the implication isn't like you're born a Rakishan, you die, you come back as a Rakishan, and that you're only ever going to be a Rakishan. It's the soul will go anywhere and be
Yeah.
reborn as anything, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
So they're still fucking the cycle, no
Yep.
matter what way they paint
In a
that.
massive way.
And like,
that,
who taught them how to do it?
Yeah.
what? Yeah, who taught them
And
what is
why?
probably like it's effectively
Mhm.
necromancy, which is a no-no here, definitely. But to be almost that like uneducated and stupid, to think, oh, this is going to definitely stop them happening. That's
Mhm.
either willful ignorance, pure stupidity, which I don't imagine when you're this powerful you get to, or something doesn't want the cycle, which is what the
Mhm.
demons want, kind of doing. Well, Sloth didn't want. We don't really know the relationship between the others and Eve. He's never really talked about that, and it was quite a sore subject, so we didn't push it
Mm.
Mhm.
because
But we can kind of assume that that's probably why they're so long lived. Because he did say something earlier about like, it was effectively he said something.
Yeah, it's
about
like eternal after a
his-
fashion.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he did
'Cause
say
it
in his
was
first meeting that you obviously weren't at, but for the others'
Mhm.
benefits, he did say when they were like, "Yous are all immortals."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Ho ho ho!
yeah.
Okay,
Falkwin-
again, still.
So 1 second, Sean, go for it.
So Falkwin makes a point of doing this with his inside voice. But at this point, Falkwin asks Aluben, "Hey, what are
Well,
your
why don't we
thoughts on
pause the
this?"
in-game play while we're dealing with
Yeah.
an agency moment?
Yes. Okay.
Do you have any agency stuff you want to talk about at the moment? That sounds like we're in the CIA. Do you have any like player agency moments that you want to discuss? Just to close that off before we jump back into play.
What was it? So is the implication then that when they consume a soul, it can't go back to the cycle because they're consuming it,
Or it's living inside them, or in a sword.
or it's in the
Well,
well?
that's exactly what I was
Burnt up.
going to
Well,
say.
is that what Pride has? Has Pride got an all-you-can-eat buffet attached to them at all times? It's just like a Pez dispenser. You
Yeah,
just click the top off and go gam gam.
Yeah.
Is it a
Delicious.
buffet or is it their collective stomach?
Well, I mean, it depends. But the implication, at least to me, is when he eats a soul and uses up, it's gone,
Yeah.
or he either manages to get it to go to Eve
So,
for whatever that is.
But keep in mind, Eve took souls for herself, and that was the betrayal. Not that Eve
Yeah.
said, "I want to be like Alita and Gian."
No. She took them
Yeah.
out the cycle.
Yep.
So the devils effectively work the same as Eves. They're like in lesser Eves
Mini
that
Eves.
they take the souls out the
Evelets.
cycle when they consume them.
so the sword then,
The sword's just a bank
yeah, it's like a larder.
that they can't get out.
It's their little wine cooler, their portable wine cooler.
Basically.
Yeah.
But yes, what you have learned so far is that Sloth at least very clearly seem to state they can feed off of souls.
Mhm.
And just know they use souls to make deals. That's probably why.
It's all about the life is currency of the soul kind of thing or something.
Mhm.
I feel like.
Mhm.
So I'm going back into the action thing though. They are all about those there, the other two gods. They are
Mhm.
probably very anti-Eve. And yet they are doing something that benefits Eve unbelievably.
Well, benefits
It doesn't,
whoever gets the souls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Well, it
necessarily.
certainly, regardless, it not even
Doesn't
benefits.
help.
It actually does not help.
Yeah,
It
doesn't help
actively
Alatar
affects the
Mhm.
turning of
Mhm.
the wheel. Like they're taking the grease out.
Mhm.
Why would they do that? Especially if they are so devout to the sun.
And where did they dump them?
Why? even then, you're still the souls of the world, regardless of where they're dumping them. They're not going into the cycle. So why?
No,
are they
but
not?
they're calling everybody here. Anyone who's
Mm.
interested in souls, and that's where the Ferren were outside the city.
Turn.
Pretty much, Garrett. Like, if people can figure that out for us, that's a beacon from a distance. We are time crunchy to all of the devils arriving. Do an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah.
Question, just
Yep.
in case we do or don't know this, are the Falbane, or is that their Falren?
Falren.
Falren.
Falgain, sorry, Falgain.
Falgain. They're the kind of ones that have benefited, right?
No, those are the ones that
Oh,
had
the
unfortunate
animals.
deals. Yeah, the ones that
Right.
basically become monsters. Yep.
Are
Falren.
all things of
Mm.
that nature attracted to?
You wouldn't have
Well,
any info of that. I mean, you could roll on some kind of lore if you wanted now, and we can see what
Yeah.
Riven knows.
Because that, if let's
Give you help. Trained in lore of the underworld.
Well, do you want to do it then? Or do you want to roll for that? Just
I mean,
to
you
see
could
if
just be
this-
having this conversation across the table with each other. So yeah,
Yeah,
like
yeah,
yous could-
Yeah,
you
that
could
guy's
help.
like mad theorizing.
Yep.
Is this effectively like if they're all these kind of as Victor's described them, these mindless, monstrous entities, and if they do feed off souls, this place smells like a fucking barbecue, and they haven't been fed in days. It's that could be a play, like get them all the demons or all.
And keep in mind though as
all of,
well, just for
the
like
various-
something that obviously Riven would know is that the Falgain and the Theron are not considered the same.
No, they're not.
Mhm.
Yep.
They're not.
And it's
But it's just to see.
the Balren, whatever that called the beneficial ones.
Mhm.
Starts with a B, beneficial.
Yeah.
Starts with
Yeah.
an F, have fallen from any kind of humanity.
Failure.
Yeah, basically. Falgain, Balren, I'm sure it is. Barlen,
yeah.
that's it, Barlen.
Yeah.
It's the Barlen.
Bargain and Fallen. Bar.
Yep,
Then the len from Fallen.
that is exactly how I came up with it. It was Bargain and Fallen
In.
divvied up between each other. Yep.
Split their names. So yeah, I'd say Riven and Myr'ra can be having this conversation of like, why the fuck? Oh no, like, is this just a beacon for like these different entities?
So in terms of
and
be
that
like-
can maybe then cover for if Falkwin wants to talk to Half-Elven quickly.
Yeah. Like we're
Mm.
panicking
So-
over this, like fuck.
I'll get that roll done and I'll deal with the conversation with Elibet in a second.
Yep.
So the role in terms of whoever takes lead on this, obviously, well, there we go.
Bro!
Wait. I have another 10,000. Reroll that. I have another 10,000.
Oh, do you not want me to be a crow?
Bird up.
It would be so fun. Another thing might happen.
Yeah, what's the
No.
worst of being like
Choose any-
truly
It
demonic?
says I can't do it.
Oh.
Already used one.
Which is Twitch acting up on me?
No.
Is this is temporarily out of stock? You only get one a day.
Yeah.
Fuck, okay.
I never changed that, by the way. That's
I
just the way I set that
can
up initially.
Oh no.
I don't mind rolling with it, but I can use an XP if we'd rather not do it right now.
I think having you bird out and potentially attack
I might
Sloth
not
could
bird
end
out.
really badly.
Then again, Sloth is big devil, and he might find it funny.
He's got that big D energy, yeah.
He might, or he might find it really insulting that a lesser devil dare try and touch, or demon try and touch him and defeathers her permanently. I'm concerned.
Yeah, it may be
Aw.
some sort of like, oh, how uncouth reaction.
Yeah.
True.
I think the thing is,
Yeah.
you just don't know, is there a strong advocate in the player base to say that Hannah should reroll the thing she's willing to, or let her roll with it, I guess is the ultimate question. Because I think Hannah is quite eager to go with it.
I think it's fine to roll.
I
with it.
believe the will of the dice.
So, Hannah, you sticking with it, or are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course you are. Myr'ra! Amazing. Okay, So-
Alright, Hulk out.
okay.
Or-
What I was
I
going to say
think I'd
though,
rather
right?
Do any other GM
So-
intrusion,
so-
but I'm
Skipping back a little bit, what I was going to say is, for that role, if you were helping each other, before we got an amazing one, you need to decide who was the lead actor in that particular role, and then obviously depending on how that works, depends on who helps who, because obviously Hannah has benefits to the skill itself. So it basically uses it once at least, versus then Riven having no specific knowledge of this, but not having any penalties to the knowledge means they could add 1 to Hannah's roll. But then at the same time, if Riven was rolling normally, and because Hannah's got training, she'd add 2. So it's exactly
yeah.
even, essentially. The only difference is who you'd want thematically to be like leading the conversation, since you are both like throwing it back and
I
forth.
think
However,
Myr'ra
you didn't
makes
do that,
sense.
you just rolled.
Myr'ra made the most sense because of the lineage.
overexcited.
I would have said Myr'ra anyway to roll.
But I just like the, maybe the stress and weight of everything that's going through your head about what this implies for your own lineage, very specifically. Like, what does it mean for your own soul? Like,
Yeah, like,
What-
do I have a part of us? Like, if my
Mhm.
grandmother's sort of like, yeah,
because the only thing
Yeah,
you could say for
for sure.
certain is that your grandmother doesn't have a soul anymore.
yes.
That's the one thing you could probably be comfortable with, which is probably stressful enough, because what does that really mean?
Yeah.
It also maybe is another reason why like Riven might be thinking about, like, what does that mean for Hedera? Like, as well, given similar, things at stake. And then during the conversation, you just immediately become a crow.
You like don't notice. And
Yeah.
suddenly,
Like-
I'm still just like squawking, and then suddenly like,
And then, yeah, I think as that conversation's happening. So, just before we get that hulking out, Falkwin, what did you want to say
Yeah.
to
Well, so,
Halibut.
so around this point in time where we're realizing that these things all have souls and that devils eat souls, Falkwin becomes keenly aware that this is probably of deep relevance to Aluben's existence and motivations and so on.
What
So
makes you say that, son?
so he takes the chance to, using his inside voice, because he's very aware that there's a possibility she could be deeply uncomfortable with all. Asks her if she had any thoughts she would like to share with the group, if she wanted to show herself, or indeed if she wanted to stay hidden.
Yeah, and I think like as you like
What does she think?
kind of like I guess like impart that to Aluben, Sloth like, are you inviting your friend to the table?
Yeah, I saw that coming.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yes. Nothing gets by you, I suppose.
Well,
Alu, do you
not as
mind?
quick as I used to be.
So
You
no
feel Aluben's response, which is very much a case of, we'll talk about this later.
Fuck off!
Just that like, fuck off! Like me. Yeah. Matt Berry-esque
I'm sleeping.
inspired.
Leave me
Yeah.
alone.
No, like, Aluben clearly doesn't see the point in hiding. That's the gist that you get here, Falkwin. Like, well, there's no point just hiding in here that might annoy him. Like, versus, don't really want to be here, but here we are. So like, Aluben like kind of just materializes like behind your chair, and just puts like a hand on your shoulder and gives it like a squeeze, which you're not sure if it's reassuring or disconcerting. And he goes,
Aluben, Sloth, Aluben.
he like wipes his hand on his like top, and then puts out, and it's his left hand he puts out, and she just goes, "Forgive me," and, like gestures like politely, and he goes, "Oh, yep, as you were."
Have we got a bird now?
Oh yeah, and as that's happened, he turns round and there's a bird, obviously, and you're staring, probably slightly wide-eyed, like, oh, sync like that camera zoom of, oh, do I need to react to this?
Is she flopping
Cuddle
about?
time, cuddle
Is she
time.
freaking out? And does Riven need to restrain her?
Currently, for some reason, no. This is possibly the most coherent Myr'ra has ever been as the crow version of themselves, to the point where their words may have sounded more squawk-like and erratic, but there is elements of speech in there that is conveying. It's just terribly
She's probably
squawkish.
still going.
Yeah.
Going,
Soul jabs. Yeah. So, but maybe when eventually Myr'ra catches up with herself, probably it's like, oh, I've never spoke as a crow before. Yeah. So it's very much an odd sensation of this. And then Sloth's like, well, it's very busy. And sits back down and goes, so, am I keeping this? And holds up like the gem again. Not reacting to the fact that she just weird out.
I have no opposition. Are you keeping her from getting violent?
It's kind of just shrugs. Like very much a case of maybe.
oh no.
I tend to
it.
find people are quite relaxed around me. It must just be my personality.
What a strangely calming presence. Okay, so we have soul gems. Soul gems, is that what you called them, Myr'ra? Just looking at her like fucking hell.
I give you like a thumbs up, but it's just like one feather.
Yeah, yep, love it.
And then I look fascinated by my own hands.
Riven then just goes, "You're doing this, not this, right?" Nod or shake your head. Because it's just a feather. Good to know. King hell.
Aluben just says, I believe we might be doomed.
There's space enough in there for 2. Riven's just fucking done.
I like stroke your hair with the blade and just like coo.
Okay. Falkwin, my good friend.
Oh,
If we were to go back to the Arcanatrix and explain to them that these crystals are housing the souls of what we are assuming is the lizard men that the Rakashan have killed, do you think that would be enough for them to withdraw them from the streets? That they are what they have is against.
The Whitehall would attempt that if they ever found out. The Whitehall being the head church. Yeah. If they found out that there was thousands of souls just lying around in shop windows, you can imagine that the high speaker, whatever the hell her title is, would go crazy.
Ballistic.
Yeah.
But where we go
Here comes
then?
the Inquisition.
do we want a holy war in the streets?
Well, it's not that. It's more. We need to get these off the street. To get these out of the common man's hand. I don't know. The Rakashan Emperor thinks he's the son or is the father.
Someone's trying to message you.
Post what?
Do you want it in?
Yes, please.
And then you get the psychic message that you're very familiar with. And it is Hedera saying, things have developed somewhat, and it may be best if you and your colleagues also explain some of the events that have unfolded recently. There is an emergency meeting of the Council currently, and Queen Vermilion Lightscale has reassured the Council that you will have something to enlighten the conversation.
I respond to her with just, and I know that it's going to hit her like a ton of bricks, sitting at a sloth.
Do you want to roll your d10 for me as well, just so you... Remember, it doesn't matter about
Oh,
this
you
roll.
don't get replied.
Yep. Just your artifacts will always work, and then you roll your depletion roll to see if they don't work the next time round.
And it doesn't work anymore.
I mean, to be fair, you have got a lot of mileage out of that so far.
I have.
And we can, we can work on that with the arcana.
Yeah. So, like, you obviously, like, send that back and forth, and then Sloth just looks and goes, is everything okay? You look a bit pale. Do you change as well?
I fucking wish I did so I could fly away at this point. We have to get back.
Riven can't fly.
I know. But only for 4 hours.
Only.
Not enough.
Which I think is longer than Myr'ra.
It's 2 hours. It's
Right.
2 hours. It's two.
Oh.
It's every. It's 30 minutes for.
I
every
can't
level.
remember. You wrote it
Something
down.
like but yeah, the council get back. We apparently will have something to
And
settle with.
there definitely wasn't any panic in the message that you got. It was just a case of, maybe you should make an appearance.
The Council of the Five Blades, where the holders of the blades might be, including the current holder of the second blade, or some other devils in their stead.
Sloth, can you fucking vibe check the city to see if you can sense your siblings? Please.
If I puts like his hand out like a weird shaky hand thing. If I do that, they might, and you can like I don't know if I want that. And given what yous were carrying last time, kind of probably something you don't want. But then, if you haven't brought it here, where did you put that?
Some are secret, some are safe. We need to go. Myr'ra? And I just look at her like, can you fucking fix this?
But it's so fun. And then yes, she'll try and turn back.
Okay. Is this a problem? Okay, just looks at your panicked exchanges between each other.
Your sister might be here for our sword.
Hmm.
Don't.
I mean, that makes sense. It is hers.
She killed our last queen.
Yeah. She would have
doesn't
died
give a-
eventually.
I don't care. She's not getting it back. She'll kill people and cause problems on purpose. Can't have that. She can fuck with the Rakashans if she wants, but not the humans.
Hmm. Kind of sounds like
Mhm.
she's fucked with the humans quite a bit then, from what you've said. That'll be quite interesting.
That's what was
Just like
going
he's
on in
just
my head.
he's just
We've
like
been
musing
doing it for
himself.
years.
Yeah, it sounds like she's been doing it for a while, and I mean, if you're saying you're gonna stop, he's just more amused at what might happen. It's like as if things are getting interesting now with his siblings that maybe they haven't been for a long time. But yeah, do you want to try and roll an intellect roll?
I'm going to attempt. I think she's fascinated by being like,
Yeah,
I'm going to come back so I can do this and take proper notes.
yeah.
Because she's never got to like experience it with her mind.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think Riven's worry is this is a proximity thing to sloth, so as soon as you get
for
like
sure.
30 feet away, you're gonna just
Absolutely.
turn around and fucking eat one of it.
Completely valid.
Like, no,
Oh shit!
fucking
No, still a crow.
So
Oh,
I think what happens there is
man.
I did say as sloth like, is this a problem? And nobody specifically responded. So I think his response will just be like, kind of like leaning over and just patting the crow on the head and be like, "She'll be fine." And like, yeah, like, Myr'ra, you can definitely like, you're still you as the crow, but you have, like before, you feel like you're wrestling with the inner kind of demon. There's none of that. There's just, oh, this is. So he's
I'm
just
a
like,
crow.
and the intrusion may or may not be that Sloth has just sorted that for you for now.
Amazing. I'm going to stay
This
as a
is
crow.
going to be fun to explain to the council.
I mean, I could make it last
Okay.
longer if you want, and he holds up like the kind of soul gem thing. But I wouldn't
Myr'ra
mind
looks like,
hanging on to this for a bit. To be honest, could come in handy.
What do you have the other one?
I do. It's still in the bag.
It's like when he's like gesturing with the gem, like Aluben's grip on your shoulder, Falkwin, is like almost painful to the point of as if they're just realizing that you've handed a gem that contains a soul to
Yeah.
like
Well,
yeah.
I-
It's more
I
of a
was
like it's an
thinking-
absent-minded grip thing, right? It's definitely not a they're intending to hurt you in any kind of way. It's more just a case of what it just happened.
Yeah, it's this. I was thinking this like
Mm.
these gems basically are Alubens, basically. So I think Falkwin's probably all of a sudden less comfortable with Sloth after
Mm.
the way this conversation's going. Is probably less keen on letting Sloth keep the gems. Maybe less friendly with Sloth. I don't really. I don't have it straight in my head exactly how strongly this affects.
And maybe
him, but,
Falkwin
like,
doesn't
this-
either, right? Like maybe that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like Falkwin needs to go and think
It's
about
like-
what that actually means in the grander scheme of things for
Mhm,
his
it's like-
situation.
This thing just looks like a gem, but that thing's his friend.
Mm.
But like these are the same thing. sort
Yeah.
of. Maybe. Who knows?
Mhm.
Okay, yeah, no, that's
Maybe
good.
that's one of the
Also-
questions.
also,
then.
like,
can you interact with these gems?
Yeah, like are the gem people the same as flesh people as far as like devil magic goes? Like,
Mm.
do we have the right to give Sloth the gem? Does Sloth have the right to take the gem? Does Sloth have the right to just
Without an agreement,
take someone
yeah.
else's soul without an agreement? You know?
Mm.
Yeah, lots of big questions, eh?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so you've got.
I'm certainly not asking for it back.
That's fair. Yep.
Riven just got a distress call from Hidera. She's like itching to leave.
Yeah.
Or at least Hidera relaying a message again of distress definitely feels like it's too close to the panic of before, which we're not, luckily. So, how do you vacate Sloths? How do you excuse yourselves?
I've still got lots of questions, but
Yeah.
we'll wait.
Mm.
I
Hmm.
stand up, bow. Enjoy your wine. Thank you for your company. We might be back, we might not. I will not talk to you in your head again because that wasn't fun. Thank you again. And I'm gone.
Falkwin just sort of stays silent, gives a polite little bow. Really doesn't know how he feels about leaving Gem with Sloth, but also, yeah, just feels kind of stuck with the situation and powerless to change it.
And like, Ben looks around the table as like Falkwin gets up to like leave and follow after Riven. I'm obviously looking at like Myr'ra and Nori, who I assume like Nori, you're not. Are you hanging about for a bit longer? Or are you like leaving?
Oh, I'll be leaving, but I'm not in any particular rush to go, or to stay for that matter.
Yeah, and like as like Riven gets outside the house, and like not long after it, Falkwin follows. Like Ben hasn't moved from behind the chair, and like as Falkwin maybe like looks back, just say, "I'll be out in a moment." And like as she's saying that, she's staring straight at the other two, like between the two that are at the table still.
Myr'ra will start to watch the doors and like, is this what you want? We can leave. Do you want us to stay? Like she'll do like and like look at Ben and shrug. And if she does, Ben doesn't stop it, she'll like also bow and head towards the door. Quite enjoying just being a crow.
Yeah. Nori?
I will take that hint and I'll nod to Sloth and say once again, it's been a pleasure.
I think it has been, hasn't it?
I think.
Yeah.
Myr'ra maybe gesture at Nori as we get to a little bit slowly. Very slow.
Falkwin says to Alabet. Falkwin looks at Alabet and says, "If you're staying, I would like to stay as well."
This won't take long. I'll meet you outside.
Falkwin is deeply uncomfortable, but exits the room anyway.
So these are all like outside the house for like no longer than like 3 minutes, and Ben speaks to you again from like the bracer and says, "We can go."
Okay. Falkwin recalls Ben.
No, as in like that's what the impression is.
She just did that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay,
let's go. She's back.
Go on.
She just won't appear in the street, obviously.
Yep.
So yeah. But no, that's what happened. Like she dissipated from inside and went back to the.
What she said. Am I still like?
Yeah, you're just full crow.
With my, I love it. On a great time.
He kind of indicated that it'll last for a bit. It was very vague, you know.
Just going to enjoy this. Never gets to experience it. Probably won't.
Neither does anybody else.
Probably will take the negative penalties for not eating a decently sized animal. Weird with my mind.
Yeah, this is probably a really like unnerving sensation for like Myr'ra, because you're so used to having to wrestle in this form with like your instincts versus I
think it's unnerving for the rest of us. We've actually.
I think Riven's main concern is when he said it won't, like it'll last a little while, but it's like what, her sentience or the crow form? Like Riven's watching Myr'ra as in, if I have to take her down, I'm gonna have to cut off her fucking wings, and I really don't want to, but I do have my sword. It is like that's her panic. She's like, I don't want to hurt my friend, but if we're going to be in a room of council members, I do not get that choice.
I mean, keep in mind that there is like the Helborn people, the demonic people themselves, are all variations of shapes and sizes as well. So it wouldn't be weird to like see like a werewolf boy running around. Do you know what I mean?
It's more if she can't keep control. That's what I'm saying. Like her being crow's fine, but when Sloth said it'll only last a wee while, Riven's like, you mean her crow form or Myr'ra having control?
I mean,
so she's
the hope is that whatever he did lasts at least an hour, because then Myr'ra can just change back. So that's the hope. It'll take you longer than an hour to get back to the council chamber. Okay. Remember, the city's big, so it'll take you a while to cross it by the time you get up to there. so I guess we'll find out. He's doing anything on the way back?
I'm like parkouring.
Certainly looking at any shop windows with those jewels in them with a kind of like shudder, like, oh fucking hell, that's another one. Like that way you're
Just,
counting
like,
it up in your head,
counting.
going, oh
Nori
my God,
will
oh
be
my
able to
God.
spot the fact that some have definitely been sold because they're no longer in like the window, etc. Like so, like not a lot, right? But maybe just like maybe one window had like 3 sat in like a fancy display, and it's only got 2 now. But just because they rolled so well in their perception earlier, like they definitely noticed one has at least been sold. Yeah.
Souls being sold.
They're moving off the shelves.
God, to let them know.
How would we free the souls?
I think that's for the Church of what's the name of the full church?
So it's just so the official building's called the Whitehall, but
the
it's
Whitehall.
like essentially it's Alata, it's the worship of light itself.
The Church of Light kind of thing, right?
Yep.
It would be up to the Church of Light, I imagine, to sort something like this out, or the Arcanatrix.
Yeah, it's quite a hard one to pin down because obviously having that much magic energy at your disposal would be really useful for the Arcanatrix. But would you politically be able to sell that past the church?
No.
Yeah.
Church, I think the Church of Light would more than likely have magics to send souls on. I would hope that's what they would do.
I mean, you know that magic exists to sell souls on because you knew Myr'ra. Whether or not they were supposed to be able to do that's a different story, but
Yeah.
they were at least able to. So
On a more official level.
yes.
A more sanctioned form of this.
Yes.
So maybe the church can call upon them, hope that everyone gives them back, gets that sorted. But oh fuck this!
Well, there's too many unknowns as always. Has the Rakshan Empire just given everybody extra life? Have they brought a bomb into the city? There's still.
If you
so
think
so much going on.
If you think you are the voice of your god, and you dump a lot of stuff that is very anti that god, maybe he's hoping that the wrath of the sun will come down upon us.
He probably thinks of himself as the wrath of the sun. Like, egotistical is definitely the vibe you got from him.
But that idea of, like, I will speak to God and say, look at all those naughty people over there, they're doing the bad magics.
Imagine accepting the gifts of those, was it heretical, stones?
Yeah, basically look at the heretics and hope that they gun for us, kind of thing.
We merely killed and offered them.
Again, if he's egotistical,
they took them and used them.
Exactly. This thing to be removed. The souls need to be removed. The fact that they can do this on this scale.
That is the scary part, right? Like, they should be using that in their war effort.
Like, I think Riven looks to Myr'ra to ask question and goes, nah. And like, no point. We're gonna get like fucking Kenku style answers.
Yep.
Why? How, if you were to create just one, how much magic? How many days of work? And then how many days of a master would need?
I don't know if I'm capable of that. I inherited the gem that Alouette then resides in, but I don't think I know anything about how to produce it. I've been with Alabin for a long time, but I don't fully understand them or their physical being or their metaphysical.
Are you having this conversation on the way back or when you get back?
Like, once we're in the doors and it's a bit quiet, I'm not having it on the street.
Because if that is the case, Alabin will join the conversation. if it's off the street. The Alabama will like appear and kind of just like walk with like their arms kind of like ringing in front of them, like as if they were mid-conversation anyway. And they say, "This is a skill I imagine is beyond any of you, but yet you have told me that you have bested a Ferren, so my estimations have been somewhat wrong of late. The ability to craft some kind of vessel to house a soul is usually reserved for the Celestials."
And you are aware of how crystals they brought in? How many Celestials would it take to do that? Or how long would a single Celestial take to do all that?
You're thinking of it in mortal terms. That would be incorrect. If one of the mortal races tried to do that, it would be quite an endeavour. They have had celestial help to produce the quantity that I felt in that room.
The devils are still Celestial.
The devils have always called themselves celestials, yes. Whether or not you believe them is up to you, but they believe it.
In terms of how the magic is attuned, like when Myr'ra used scan, found out that the magic on their gem was celestial. Mechanically speaking, could that be devilish?
I mean, have you scanned a demonic spell? Or sorry, a devil spell? Not a demonic spell, a devil spell. Because demonics use sorcery. And that all comes because it's all from the demons themselves that generate that magic.
So
You'd need to scan sloth.
So we're relying on devil propaganda for our best guess.
Well, you need to scan something Sloth did.
Mm-hmm.
What did Sloth do recently?
Oh, Myr'ra.
You have scan?
Myr'ra has scan. I don't have scan.
Can I scan myself?
I think so.
My mind?
You could be in your own zone, right? I don't think it said you couldn't be.
I'm in my personal space!
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, yeah. I've got a brain. I can still do magic. I will cast scan on myself.
Yep. Go for it.
No,
I'm excited for the one.
Same.
The Lockhart curse has been passed on, Alexander. You can rejoin. The ritual's complete.
I don't know the difficulty. I will use effort.
Okay.
I was 3 ones in a row. I'm just looking at the fucking thing.
I can encourage Myr'ra.
What does that do?
Actually, can I? Maybe I can't.
I don't think there's a way that Nori could actually help in this, like
No,
logically.
I don't think so either.
I think, but I always like bring it up if you have abilities, but I just don't think it applies here.
This wouldn't be a physical task anyway, it'd be mental. Oh my
What
god.
the fuck is going on?
Hannah, just roll once more. Just roll once more. This is for my own testing.
Yeah, because statistically this is that's 4 ones in a row. That it's
Yeah, but in true statistics, it's all possible equally.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't feel like it should be.
Yeah.
Probability 0 does not mean impossible.
Oh my! What a way to like fully like, yeah. That's so good. That's so good.
I
Oh.
feel ill. If that was me, I would have launched my laptop through a wall.
It's funny though.
Can we take the second one, please?
No, it's not. It's a curse.
But so encouragement.
So funny.
I could be easing Myr'ra according to some tasks. So there's a task.
The problem is that she rolled a 1 regardless.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
another one. I used
but,
effort,
yeah.
so like I've technically bumped myself
Yeah.
already.
But
it's still a 1.
even though that would be adding like 6 to that roll mechanically, like it doesn't matter because the dice number was a 1. You can't just math your way out of that, sadly. So the only thing really available is Hannah using, or is anyone using XP to allow Hannah to reroll the 1, because you don't get to keep the second roll. You need to roll again.
Rats.
I know, right? I know.
Okay.
But it's up to you if you.
Feel it. I don't know.
I love it.
I am just terrified you're about to freak out and Riven's gonna knock you the fuck
still
out.
That's fine.
I'm gonna
I
spend
can
an
still try
XP.
again.
XP
Because if I
spent.
lose
Oh.
my mind, it's been more than an hour. And I would like get another chance to roll.
Yeah, so also Nori said they were going to spend an XP to let you reroll.
Oh,
I know I said earlier I believe in the roll of the dice, but that's just going a bit too far, in my opinion. So I've just rolled.
We
I've
haven't
spent
seen
all
what the
the
new
XP
roll is
on
yet,
it,
though.
but-
I know.
No, I know that.
I
I know.
rolled enough
I
to-
know. I know.
I kind of want you to roll a 10 next. Like,
Yeah,
just
hit all the
yeah.
range numbers. Okay, well I'm only going to use one effort this time. Burning through.
But remember, if it's a reroll, it's what you rolled previously.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's the same as.
Don't say that. We don't want what you.
You know what I mean.
Well, we do, but not the previous.
That's so good. Whew.
Okay.
That's alright. That's alright, yeah. Plus, we're adding 6 to that, so that is a 20, technically. So that's a pretty good roll, remember. What was the question?
I scanned myself.
Okay. It just got so chaotic very quickly. I was like, what actually were we doing? I was so busy going down the what if there is another fucking one I have to work out. Yeah, anyway. So, you scan yourself, and when you filter through all the bullshit that you'd probably expect, yeah, there is like Celestial on you.
Propaganda.
And like with a high enough roll like that, you probably are able to like dictate it is whatever kind of weird like energy like they seem to have done. Like rather than your demonic energy and your like sorceress
Sorcery
energy.
and-
Yeah.
Pinpoint. Because I feel like Myr'ra would have scanned herself, but I feel it's a thing a wizard would do.
Oh, 100%. It's probably the first thing you're
Yeah.
allowed to scan when it's like training you
Yeah.
with the spell. It's like, right, scan yourself, try not to set yourself on fire.
Yeah, and also again, so you know then if you've been like tampered with or
Exactly.
something. Okay. Has it been an hour?
Oh, definitely.
Is it a
If you are back at the thing, like it has been over an hour. Like now you are like back and stuff. You are again still not necessarily like concerned. Like there's no like fight with the beast or anything. So is it something you're going to try and like switch out of?
Yeah, yeah. I think at this point, Myr'ra would maybe be like, I should maybe check if I can overrun a crow forever.
Yeah, if you you push into that, like you actually just switch back. There's no roll or nothing. You actually just revert back, like probably the least like awkward or painfully like it's ever been. Like it's just almost like a natural magical shift. So yeah.
That's strange. Thank you. I kind of look around at my
Yeah.
I think I'm okay. I like nod at Nori, like it's good. We did.
Does anybody have a cloak for her?
I have my things.
Yeah, it's all magical. It all shifts with her.
Yeah,
Because we had that conversation last
came out.
time about the armor, if it shifts in or if it, stays put. But yes, so you're back in there. Aliben has obviously said her piece about, that.
How much?
Yeah, what would need to go into that, and also to not think about like how much like mana would it take to do X, Y, and Z. It's more a case of who can do it, rather than, yeah.
Can we ask Aliben a question? Is she still around?
Yeah, she's still there. Yep. All
Yeah,
that kind of
so
happened
I will
simultaneously,
ask
really.
Aliben, yeah. What would it take to destroy the gems and free the souls? Is that a good idea? Bad idea?
There's like, again, that half beat, clearly as if they're thinking, and then they say, it really depends on what you would expect as an outcome. These devices, if you will, can be used in horrific ways. And I mean that in the truest sense of the word. Awe-inspiring, you could say, in terms of what a soul could achieve. However, Few have the skill to wield that raw energy.
Alu, is a gem like a body?
Perhaps you should direct your question to a golem.
If you kill me, I die. If one simply breaks the gem, what happens to the soul?
She thinks about it for a second and says, metaphorically speaking, if you were to carry a water skin, what could you achieve with the water within if used well?
Water skins have cap, cork, out. You can pour water in and out.
And if you have a deft hand, you can wield energies as you wish. I imagine with sloths indication that they could survive for at least 50 years or so on the gem you gave away. I don't imagine that's consumed instantly. Perhaps they have an ability to retain those energies. It is very unclear the capabilities of the devils. I am certainly no expert, and indeed, I have only met Sloth.
I am concerned. If a devil can live off one of these soul gems, as we could call them, by slowly drinking the soul over the course of some years, is the soul a soul in the truest sense, or is it merely the energy? Could he do that to you? Could he do that to me? Does he there seems to be some situation
She
where
kind of cuts you off a bit, right? And she says, I would imagine that anything with a soul could be used as fuel to keep that particular fire alight.
Yes. So at this point, Falkwin's getting more animated and more sort of geeky, nerdy. Yes. But when devils make deals with us, they make deals, right? They don't just take by force. I wonder, is that a necessary requirement, or is that just them being politically shrewd?
They share this world with the rest of us.
Indeed.
And from the previous conversation, their attempt at salvation has fallen through. Thus, they need this world.
I suddenly feel vulnerable.
You were always vulnerable.
Yes, but all of a sudden, I feel like a glass of wine ready to be drunk.
And let's make sure that you make it to a good vintage first, shall we? And there's definitely that note of concern again,
A little Chianti.
It's from the Falkwin region of France. But yeah, so that's kind of her thoughts on the matter of maybe let's keep you alive a bit longer before we start getting so melancholy, I guess is the vibe there. So yeah, do you I guess head to the room, the Grand Council chamber? What's the plan as a team?
I'm heading to my wife and probably my countess who are in need of me.
Yep, and
Did you get armored up first?
Okay, player moment. I'm so meta level. I'm concerned about going into the council chamber with the sword in Half-Elven's garage.
How much?
I think Falkwin would also definitely be concerned about that.
Both didn't sense it.
Or at least said to us that he didn't. Didn't seem like the type to lie to us. Probably because he'd forget that he'd lied.
Wait, which lies did I tell this group?
Also, Pride knows that we have it and probably wouldn't be as lazy.
Well,
as
technically, Pride
Sloth.
knows they left it in Denkmark,
Sure.
right? Unless they have a way of sensing it, like we know the devils do, if Sloth was correct and was implying they couldn't sense it, there's a good chance Pride can't sense it.
Unless they try. Right? If Pride looked for it, they might have a better job of finding it than if they were just.
I don't think it's
passively-
also that far-fetched that a bunch of skeptics like yourselves as a group wouldn't assume Sloth would try and feel the sword as soon as you went back. Just from a... It was originally there, as, you know...
Yeah, ping it.
Yeah. And clearly, somehow you didn't have it. So what are they basing that on? Right.
Hmm.
Again, if you believe a devil.
If just as a meta level, we also know that like it can be sensed, like us being in the building, because Vermi could sense her sword from like the other side of
yeah, the
the
palace.
palace. So or probably already in proximity. We don't know if it gets stronger, but it's a fair point from Falkwin. If Falkwin feels like maybe
Then what would you do with it? Though?
Yeah.
That's the other side of it, right?
Yeah.
It either stays in there or we take it with us anyway.
Yeah. Unless we did something with it first. But I guess we're on a bit of a timer.
And I think with
Not much. Like, okay. They wanted us to free them. So that this sword seems to be one sort of less of a soul gem and more of a soul hotel. Soul larder, I guess. So I guess we'd need to find some houses for them to move out of the hotel into.
Is Falkwin saying this out loud to the party? Mostly because I just want Alabin to reply to that because that's funny. Like, but it's whether or not you're saying this in an agency conversation or a...
I was saying it as me rather than Falkwin.
Let's go.
I do really kind of want to know what Alabin.
I mean, you could just ask her, like... That's a valid question. You could ask her. She is currently there with you guys. Like, as you are like walking through the corridors.
Yeah. Alu. The souls in the sword. They wanted out. Where would they go? We have a lot of gems here, but they're already occupied.
I believe
presumably
their
they already
motives
have
were
some souls in.
unclear. Just
So
because...
we have no idea what's inside that sword. It could be monstrous, and you want to let it out?
She like shakes her head and says, I didn't feel malice when I was assaulted. Merely a river breaking a dam.
Desperation.
Again, that implies motive.
Regardless, that sword was meant hundreds of years ago to kill the less pleasant of the Fey kind. For all we know, they have souls in there.
Yeah, those could be fake. That's true.
And if you release them, whole different problem.
Alabin stopped walking as you like kept walking on, and then like when that's noticed, like they catch up, like they walk again, and they go, I am unsure the Fae have souls. There is actually a detail I am reticent to discuss so openly. However, there are theories from my time that what makes a Fae is very similar to what makes a soul. Nothing was conclusive, however. And as you can imagine, I have been out of the loop for quite some time.
You don't talk about your own past that much, Alan.
And nor will I. The very, snap, quick cut. You know, we have much more pressing matters than musing about my past.
I would not risk it, considering the things pride might have killed, but there is one fear I have. If
What?
Queen Loudon's in there.
My concerns would be if that sword did indeed kill your queen. I cannot think of a place they would be other than within the blade.
To save one soul, you've potentially let out thousands of wicked ones.
I don't imagine I would have survived had that been thousands assaulting me.
Pride's not been very busy.
And with that urgency, perhaps they had need of the many souls they have under their command. If the other devils claimed the blade from Pride, would you wish to keep all of your resources within?
If this were all of Pride's resources, they would probably be much more keen on hold of them. Alu, how many souls would, so not thousands then, but how many would you say? 10, 100, 1,000?
When surprised by rainfall, can you count?
Indeed. But after the fact, you can think.
Many.
You know.
I would not
And
like
Lady
to guess.
Samda. Lady Samda could be in there too.
Could be.
Who is this Lady Samda?
It's the Queen's Guard.
I see. That would make sense then if they were in defense of their queen.
They died later.
Alaben's tone changes very, very quickly, and very quickly changes back to the like that kind of, because they failed their duties.
Riven gives her a look.
That is why Alaben's tone turns very quickly as she goes to say that. But still says it regardless, and says, "Then what?"
How would you fare against Pride? You might find out.
Then Alaben, again, still kind of wringing their hands in front of them, going, "Yes, I worry that is the direction that we are headed in. Hopefully we will fare better than this Lady Samda, and indeed your former queen. But perhaps we will get to converse with them. If it goes badly."
You get the sword out of your little house first.
I don't imagine that would be difficult for the resources of a devil. I can keep it hidden for so long. But I am quite vulnerable.
Did you hide it from Sloth, or did he just not sense it, do you think?
Does the answer make you more comfortable? If it was intentional or happenstance?
Intentional would be better, in my opinion.
Then it was intentional.
That way...
She's the best.
She kind of comes across like a gran that's done with her grandkids, doesn't she? That's
We're going to get enough cryptic bullshit talk when we get into this meeting. Can we hurry up?
You're the ones asking questions.
Okay. Yeah.
Riven's armoured up. Riven's bolted back ahead of you to go get armoured up to. Because it's not...
Well, you would head up to the rooms, up to the ambassadorial suite, so you'd get yourself geared out wherever. You probably had the majority of this conversation in there. So it was a bit less, in the corridor. And then, he's head towards the Grand Council chamber, which I don't imagine any of you have ever been in before. As you're heading there, there's a lot of security. So many soldiers, very different from the ones that patrol the streets, very different from the ones at the docks. There's like a whole bunch of warlocks scattered throughout the building as well. None of them seem to like acknowledge your passing, if that makes sense. They all kind of seem weirdly stoic, which is probably the other weird, creepy thing about them. That's, you know, there are many rumors that they all share thoughts so quickly, communicating with each other, that they tend to act weirdly hive-mindy as well, which is creepy. But that's also just rumors because they're a bit arrogant, because they're like, oh, we're the cool warlocks. But yeah, you just kind of get there, and like you're noticing obviously quite a variety of races. Like less common are like draconics wandering the halls, besides the occasional guard or whatever that's a draconic. They are usually quite bigger framed, a lot more dragon-y featured naturally. Like Vermi being half draconic is quite unusual for her to pass so human. And yeah, the like as you approach, like the kind of like the big grand, like kind of it looks like one big kind of piece of like black metal, the door. There's a whole bunch of like people kind of like milling around outside. It's maybe the first time some of you have ever seen the Silverthorn elves as well. Like a Silverthorn elf like pacing back and forth, like almost like reciting something in their head. As well, like they all have like again perfect silver, almost slightly glowing hair, and that kind of nice moonlight kind of color coming off of it. And yeah, one of them like catches the group's eye and goes, like their face immediately like softens and they smile, and then they like, as if very literally having to tell themselves, and now walk forward, like, you know, that internal like change of the face, and then they head towards the group and say, "Are you Lady Hedera's counterpart?"
Yeah.
Excellent. Quite unusual, but you have been granted an audience with the Grand Council. My name is Snowstorm. I will be your liaison inside. I must insist that you do not speak unless spoken to. It would be considered kind of like gestures awkwardly, like rude. And I understand your station within this city, so please take no opinion from my words. They are merely being relayed from my king.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I ask who is already inside? Do you know?
There is representation for the full table.
Is there any extra guests? And she gives him a look as if, you know exactly what I fucking mean.
And then like he kind of like tilts his head as his hair like perfectly goes with it, and then like looks at all of you and goes, "And how many extra guests will you be bringing?"
3. To enter.
He looks so uncomfortable, which is, you know,
Mm.
telling for an elf.
She gives him a look back as if, like, yeah, I'm not comfortable either, Chief.
Like he isn't even looking at you, and he's expressing his discomfort away from your face, if that makes sense. Like you can see it on his face, but he's not making eye contact as he's like, okay. And he goes, "I have been given very specific instructions regarding my task here to speak of other responsibilities would be unbecoming. Forgive me for not being able to help further." I imagine that we will discover that together in moments. It is customary that these meetings start privately. This is quite a new situation. That guests are being allowed in initially. And he like again pauses and thinks it through and goes, "I am not here to share my personal opinions. But I was not instructed to remove you of your weaponry. Nor armor. He kind of like looks you up and down as if, I wouldn't let you in. And then he says, again, I would hope that you would adhere my instruction. It would be unfortunate if I had to kill you. And he kind of like, he gives you like a very brief look with like eyes dart to like your eyes, and then just again does that polite facing and goes, quite.
None go to harm my countess or my queen.
I am not expecting any conflict beyond the verbal within.
I've been in enough board meetings to see enough blood.
And yes,
She
from
says it
words
almost
to
like
heart.
disappointed, like, fuck. Like, I know how bad this can get.
Mhm.
It is Lockheart.
I know.
We need
He's
a
probably
raise.
already in the room. He's probably already in
Clicks
the room.
to like the Cascade Council bar. And he's just there like just all on Denk's tab, please. Just
Every drop of it.
But yeah, so Snowstorm says, I believe we're about to begin. Please try and refrain. Okay, like just looks awkward about that. Doesn't say from what, just in general. It's the
I think she just
implication.
looks at him and says,
That's-
like, in other words, like,
Mm.
it has to be somebody else that kicks this.
Yeah.
She's like him, it's like, I am a reaction.
Yeah.
I am not the action, I am the
Mhm.
reaction.
And like you can probably tell that this person is probably like very close to the king of the Silverthorn Elves, right? And probably a political player, and clearly thinks of themselves as some kind of warrior. If they've just sized you up and went, it'd be horrible if I had to kill you, whether they could or not, right? Sorry, son, you were saying?
It wasn't important. I was just gonna say the specific words you had say just now, like just as we're about to open the door and go in. Like, please don't be shocked or anything. My mind just went to like all the different meme templates that there could be here. Like you walk in and all the seats are occupied by Rakishin, or you walk in and
Roll initiative.
yeah, or you walk in and it's the entire
A Theron in a top hat, like
yeah,
Yes.
you know,
I want
It's that
recompense for my people.
Has the wizard dwell in his body?
Yeah, just him talking to himself. Oh, you're here for the Parents' Day?
This is still the wrong room.
Oh, you've done it again, Mr. Bimble. Yeah, he's my fave too now.
I like
Like, yeah. So, Snowstorm kind of like stands and looks at the big slab of door that's there, and then that door kind of like moves to the side in one big solid piece into the wall. There's no like grating sound or anything like that. It is just remarkably smooth for what it is, because again, this place was designed as a fortress, so yeah, these things are secure, especially if this is like the command room that you are kind of entering into. As are like heading in, like Hidera is standing at the other side of the door, like with so many pieces of parchment like in their hands, and they kind of like look at you, and that kind of very brief acknowledgement of, we are both working, and this is a rare instance where her jobs cross over.
Give her a wee wink.
And then,
Okay.
like, she then steps forward and, like, Snowstorm says something brief to her, and they exchange very brief words quietly. And then she gestures towards, like, seating. So the room, very, very large and circular. There's very, like, sharp, like, what looks like support kind of, like, they're not beams because they come fully out of the wall, as if they were like just built into the wall, so it's almost like blades themselves that support like the roof of this place. There's some kind of big massive black gem suspended right above, as if it kind of like has some kind of light coming from it, so it kind of does uncomfortably look like a giant soul gem like we've just been talking about, but it does maybe seem like it's the light source for this room, given that there's no windows. It's just a bit of a charged piece of imagery given recent conversations. In the very center there is the table itself, which has very carefully like placed slots carved into the kind of black structuring. It's all made out of the same, almost as if it's like one big mold from this black crystalline metal-looking structure. All the seats look like they were added after the fact. And the room goes up in like circles. And these are like gestured into one of the kind of side room, it's not side rooms, but like the side kind of like seating areas that kind of look down onto the table itself. So it definitely looks like there are audiences for this, because obviously people are invited in to like weigh in on decisions and stuff. You can see the kind of structure of like the 5 seats, and then there's the 3 seats that sit behind that for each of the members of the Table of the Five Blades. In the room already, kind of like milling around as if waiting for things to start, or they're in an intermission between things having happened. For those of you who are politically savvy, you recognise immediately Queen Vermilion Lightscale in armour, like battle ready, sword on hip, like pacing up and down, kind of talking to various like stuffy advisors and whatnot. I mean, for the sake of casting, like Lockheart could be among them, he might not be. It's by the by. And then at the table, as if not taking part in the break, seems to be Queen Margot Stargazer, which is the Dwarven queen. And she just seems to be spinning the hammer on the table.
Riven gives a wee smirk. Like,
Then again, pacing with several other dragonkin, like draconics themselves. Quite an impressive figure. Probably like he is stooped over, so probably looks like 6 or 7 foot stooped over, but probably if they stood fully upright, they would look maybe about 8 foot or something. And it's King Quilburn Lightscale, the Dragon King himself. Again, his sword seems to be sitting across the table rather than in the specific slot designed for it. It just seems to be sat across from it. They seem to have a very kind of, I don't know if you remember, like the Urukai style slab of metal that's got like the kind of almost tooth coming back on it. Theirs seems more kind of almost cleaver-esque in design, or wing-esque in design for them. And he seemed to be discussing things with some other draconics. Again, he has wings as well. Like, he's very big dragon man kind of thing. One of his colleagues also has wings, and the other just seems a lot more just like, scaled skin, but very humanoid. Like sharper ears and stuff, with like 2 fins coming off of them and things like that. So a lot more kind of diluted dragon blood. Whereas Quilburn, blah blah blah, and the colleague definitely seem very potent in their draconic blood. Possibly why the sword chose them. We also know that Quilburn nearly took over the Arcanatrix instead of Gamble. Quilburn was quite excited about the idea of becoming the head of the Arcanatrix, because Quilburn is a very, very achieved caster. To the point where I think a lot of people wanted him. And Gamble was just next in line.
Viktor, you said there's 5 slots in the table, right?
Yeah.
Is one a person shaped?
No, one's a
God damn it!
one's a handprint.
A hand.
A handprint.
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole person, they just lie, they just plank on the table going, yes, I am here for the council. Every time they get talked, the other 3 elves would like rotate.
Their part of the table just flips out like one of those beds that sits at an angle, yeah. I am also here. I've been trapped in this table for how many years?
It's like your house been falling.
Vampire elf.
Okay, back in the scene.
Unbidden.
So yes, back in the scene.
I just have the image in my head that the elf seat is not in fact a seat, it's a crucifix.
Oh god. But what you can tell though, as I said earlier, is the original council wouldn't have sat, they would have stood. Because all the chairs have definitely been additional. None of them seem to be made out of that black metal or built in or anything. This place looks like it was a stand. Like, even the fact that there's circles, like, do you remember the Night Temple from Arc 1? When you met Father Rand, and it was like made in like equal circles and stuff. It's not a million miles away from the same kind of idea. Just obviously that was like crude stonework, whereas this is like immaculate black crystal metalwork. So there's a lot more people than you would ever expect in a meeting for 5 people. This place is like, it's almost as if the entire like admin staff of the continent are here, and you know that they've all probably had to teleport in to get here this quickly.
Fucking radiation.
Not like we're adding to the signature of the city at all, right? No, definitely not.
This is gonna be like fucking Chernobyl by the end.
So yeah. Just remember though, not everybody try and like teleport through sorcery though. That's just the way it's accessible. But it's also incredibly bloody rare. So as I said, you've got those people so far. Who have I done so far? So we've done Verme, we've done Margot, we've done Quilburn. Okay, you've obviously got again standing, kind of slightly more isolated, but like holding their chin, with their kind of like perfect angled face, and again glowing like white hair. Right, it gives off that nice dull glow of moonlight, and clearly they're holding themselves as if they're like better than most people here. And then like, they're just doing that as if they're lost in their own thoughts. Again, in a very intricate crown with the elven ears coming through the sides of the hair. Very inspired by Thranduil, because that's who I based it on at the time when I wrote this. But it's Lundoranthul, the Silver Thorn King. Yes, there would definitely overlap in my thought processes. And Lundoranthul translates from Elven, or from Silverthorn specific Elven, to He Who Conquered the Moon. Or Moon Claimer, or one of those many like phrases.
Where did you get there? Where does Amblin, sir?
But that comes from, because I think we spoke about this in like the first story arc way back when, but he claims to have been instrumental in the end of the Fae. Hence why it's we claimed victory over the moon. Because again, moon symbolically is very tied to the Fae, blah blah blah. So it's a very lofty title to give yourself after it, when most people attribute the end of the Fae War to the Ironroot Elves, but they're not really here to dispute that. So he's like, well, I may as well sound badass, right? And also probably one of the oldest people in this room.
He just walks up and goes, "Where's Master Amblin?"
No.
What do you mean?
A trespasser on the
He's
moon.
on the moon.
Immediately
He's on the
smoked.
moon.
Yeah.
No speaking in the chamber.
So you've got them talking amongst themselves. There's 2 other elves, very different in their demeanour entirely. You've got one that's again maybe about 6'5", quite bulky, maybe a bit taller than 6'5", maybe 6'6", 6'7". Lots of like red and auburny kind of hair, all kind of like braided into itself half-assedly. So it looks like a mix between someone that tried to braid their hair and then gave up halfway through. Very kind of natural-looking armor and things. Like it looks like very impressively treated like bark from trees that they seem to be wearing. And that is Erdoarnan, the Bronzebark King. And the youngest elf present, probably. Maybe not like Snowstorm or whoever, but like, yeah, of the leaders themselves. And then an incredibly rare sight for everybody in this room, which is why it's probably why like Snowstorm was so uncomfortable, is the Gold Leaf Queen is also here. So Modestellara, which is Modestellara. Just to say that again, it sticks in people. Modestellara, Goldleaf. And she seems to be mostly being spoke at by Erdoarnan, but they seem to be having quite a deep conversation. And if you kind of catch her eyes, like she is blind in both eyes. So yes, that is the elf representation there. You look around, no one seems to be standing near the devil kind of area, as it were. And then, as you are all like in your seats, basically, Snowstorm says, "I will be with my king. If you require my attention, please merely raise your hand." Kind of like nods and gives everyone that severe We're all good, right? Nod. And then heads down and like starts talking at their king, who doesn't like change or even acknowledge the fact that they just seem to still be in their own thoughts as they're being spoke to. And as
If I
you,
may,
yeah,
I would like to just gently lean forward and be like, because of where he is and who's there.
I mean, Nori, you good?
Until they recognise me, I'm good.
I mean, you're not wanted by like the royals, so
No,
you should be
But he
okay.
doesn't
but I
want
think
to
it would
be
still
seen.
be strange to have an elf on this side of the.
The more uncomfortable thing is the fact that the Gold Leaf Queen is here,
Yeah,
which means it's important enough for the
that's
Gold
a
Leafs to care.
distraction. It's hiding me.
As I said, it's rare that even the Silverthorns turn up to these meetings, but yeah, they're at least in the world still. So yes.
Did you say?
There you go.
Did you say, sorry, that there are no devils here? Right now.
None at the, like, obviously on that bottom rung, as it were, that's where all these people are like milling around. There's no activity at like the devil kind of like area of the table itself. That's right in the center of the room. And as I said, you are all kind of like sat around, like not quite at the complete outer circle, but you're like probably in the middle, because the other ones are filled with all of the people's entourages that have come, and all the this current city's admin who all have to run things in absence of these people. And then there's a very like smiley blonde lady that appears like at the end of the row for you guys. Goes, can I just squeeze past, please? Played by Sally Phillips, if anybody knows who she is. So yes, I'll dump that into, I guess, there must be a gif of Sally Phillips, right? Okay, there's at least a gif of her so you can see what she looks like in the Demon Blade Arc chat. So they're like, oh, if I can just like squeeze past, and then like, they try and work their way. So like Riven, you're like maybe in the middle of your little entourage, and she just stops and sits next to you and like pats your knee. He goes, I'm so glad we got this opportunity to speak before everything kicks off. Puts her like a hand out awkwardly, like to try and like take yours.
Gently take it.
She seems way too comfortable and way too close. Very smiley. Yes, like shakes your hand and like taps like the other hand, and then like yes, I've heard mixed things. That's fine. I'm Joy. Hello. And it looks around at everyone as if you're all included, like type body language. I'm Pride's representation in the city. And then she like pauses.
Would you not be down by the table then?
Oh, no. I've been relieved of that for this particular meeting. I just thought it's best we speak. But maybe after this. It's probably gonna start soon. And he like, just sits back and smiles as if about to enjoy whatever it is. Any other responses?
Does she look like she has 11
God,
hit points or
why
fewer, so I can one-shot her?
What does representation mean here? Because we're like, lives in people if they want. Like,
The fact she's called Joy is
I love
genuinely
it.
fucking horrible.
So good.
Yeah, I named her well.
Right down, Joy. I'm waiting to see a fucking infant.
I also just absolutely love like Sally Phillips for this role. Like she's such a delight as a person.
So when did you come into Joy?
Oh, it's hard to say exactly when. Some decades ago.
Good.
Don't we all? I mean, she says that awkwardly as if, social awkwardness. Like, she like crosses her legs and like kind of crosses her like hands as if about to watch a play or something. And then she goes, "It's okay. I know there'll be questions. I was prepared for this. There'll be a lot of time after this meeting, I'm sure, but this is probably going to take some time, and they all like to say their piece."
I'd ask them.
Oh, nothing today. As I said, business later. There is that sense of they are too friendly. Like there definitely is a. They seem uncomfortable with how friendly they are. You feel uncomfortable with how friendly they are. They've basically just said, "I work for that person that tried to kill your queen." Like, yeah, it's deliberately awkward, right?
I'm suspicious.
You probably should be.
Falkwin, stay close. Stay very, very close.
Let's make sure Falkwin's far. The first
Yeah, like
step.
I imagine it's probably like for comedic effects, probably between like Myr'ra and Riven, right?
Yeah.
Like is where Joy is sat, like awkwardly squished themselves in.
I guess there's the benefit that Pride doesn't know Falkwin, in theory.
Mhm.
In theory.
Mhm.
Right? Falkwin wasn't there in the throne room that
Yeah.
time.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're an outside factor. And also like Sloth doesn't seem to know where Pride is, so like again though that does come back to how much would he look in case he was seen.
Yeah, how, you know,
Mhm.
radard.
But he did say like, I've not seen him in
And we
ages.
also don't know.
Mhm.
Yeah, we also don't know the kind of damage that was done to Pride.
Yeah, true.
Physically,
By
yeah.
getting hit by swords.
Mhm.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, they were also technically stabbed by the blade, right?
Yeah. They
So,
could be really licking their wounds
Mhm.
physically.
mhm.
We hope.
Yeah.
And
okay.
potentially, what might be able to recover them is probably in your possession if you are right about
hmm
the potential of the souls in the blade. So, just saying, there is a reasonable theory there. And then, like, Joy pats her like leg again and goes, "Oh, you'll like this bit. It's about to start."
Enjoy a single second of this.
It's okay. I'll enjoy it enough for both of us. And then just like smiles again, like almost glass-eyed. Yeah.
Like takes a tally of any time she says the word joy.
Yeah.
How often does she say her own name? 4.
You're gonna need a bigger bit of paper. Fucking scroll. Here we go.
Falkwin. Falkwin.
Aye.
Aluben
Mhm.
cannot be felt.
She's trying to cover the blade.
So
See, where my mind went was there's something fucky about this room.
it's hard to
Could be
say
either.
what your theories could be, right? But
Mhm.
it's without running out the door and running back in and running out the door and running back in. Like it's, you just know that just before you walked in, obviously you could sense her because she was in the bracer, right? And like she wasn't walking through the corridors right after that. And since like sitting down and stuff and maybe being distracted by the guest list, you've then noticed, oh, it's quiet. It's not like she's pottering about, right? It's there's nothing. And yeah, it could be they're doing everything they can to hide, or something's causing some kind of interference. That's very difficult to say at this point. Unless you're brave enough to try and scan in this room.
Please no.
No.
Okay.
So why do I have a strange inclination we're on the moon?
I mean, you're not, but okay. I'm okay. I'm happy to say that you're.
We walked through that door and just. Yeah,
the moon door.
All this moon conversation.
Is this the new meme? Just every time we're somewhere new and weird, just like.
Is this the moon? We've got moon mad. But yes,
is this a butterfly?
The door closes. There's like not a horn, but some kind of like dull noise that indicates that they're doing that. Like they can see that people are making these noises with instruments of some kind to indicate that the thing's starting. The door closes over. There's a lot of like murmuring until again immediately like as soon as the door goes and seals over, because there's no kathunk or anything, there's just the audible silence of everyone inside. And like Joy's like a bit giddy about it all. and then they all get announced by like their kind of aides, if you will, that are around them. And that's obviously why Snowstorm had to like head off to go and kind of deal with that. There is no other, like from what you can tell, Goldleaf elf present. It just seems to be Modesta Lara sat in, you know, one of the 3 seats for the elves. They all get introduced in turn, and when it gets to like the devil space, a very well suited man in kind of like half rim glasses, kind of very like shaved in kind of grey hair, like a little bit on top, very kind of like almost slightly bird-like features, not necessarily they look like a bird like Myr'ra does, but just, you know, longer nose and stuff. Could say they look a lot like Alan Cumming, because that's who I would cast for this particular person. And when they're introduced as the Devil Greed. And they acknowledge the table and they sit alone in one of the 3 chairs. They do not sit at the table. But they definitely show deference and they sit. And they are introduced second last, because the last person introduced is the new member, recently crowned Queen Vermilion Lightscale. And then there is a lot of talk. And as soon as like that all kind of like almost like Mexican wave style, like goes right around the room and then dies down immediately as if Quilburn Lightscale, you say? Vermilion Lightscale, you say? Is a very brief talking point, which, you know, closes very quickly. And then, yeah, that's where we stop. Yeah.
I mean, of all
No
the
recognition
devils
in
we
here,
could give
we've been
the
speculating
sword
about.
to, Greed might take it, because Greed's Greed. Give it to them.
Greed going on in the city currently. Also, Alan Cummings, great cast.
Yeah.
Love it.
Thank you. Yeah, I was quite happy with my choices for Greed.
There's that saying that greed is about having stuff but not using. Would greed just want to hoard the souls and be very miserly about? And maybe greed actually is a safe person to give the nuclear arsenal to. He would just like looking at it.
Wouldn't use it, yeah, just
Mine.
stockpile.
If I used it, I wouldn't have it, so why would I ever use it? Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's a good. He'll keep it as a deterrent. Just keep making more. Okay.
Like he'll obviously keep
Do you know,
his wine glass topped up.
I'm actually going to end on a slightly different cliffhanger, right? Let's just rewind 2 seconds. So obviously Vermilion Lightscale is introduced.
Victor,
No.
Victor, please.
It's okay.
No.
Roll for initiative.
No,
roll
it's okay.
For initiative.
I'm going to end on a slightly different cliff. Just because I think it's more important that this scene's in here, rather than me doing it at the start of the next one. It's better cliffhanger material. So we rewind a tiny bit, obviously Greed's introduced, Vermilion Lightscale's introduced, all the crowd go quiet, and then the speaker that's introducing them states, and we have 2 honoured guests amongst us. Solar Emperor.
I shouldn't have said that.
No.
Solar Emperor, son, and he stands up and like as if he's being cheered, you know. He's obviously in the first row, and then Lunar Empress Moon, and then, you know, she doesn't stand up, she stays seated and just like, you know, looks very like humble about the whole thing. He stays standing when you would expect him to sit, and he goes, "Am I to be welcomed to the table? There seems to be 2 empty chairs." And that's where we end it on, because that's way better.
The fact that they have let... I am genuinely concerned. They have let an outsider into a council chamber to hear everything? Like, is this place run by fucking morons? How did they beat the Fae?
Well, to be fair, Nat, they're all so
Insanity!
remember they were all in power because magic swords told them.
Yeah, they didn't
Yeah.
get political.
But, like, what the fuck?
That's what they have
This
lots
is-
for.
Riven literally just does war and battles for various territories and even she knows, like, don't let them in.
It's a very, like, I wouldn't say dumb, just a really weird choice, right? A
Oh, no,
very
it's
weird
stupid.
choice.
It's
Um,
so stupid.
But it's
Have
like,
you-
whose choice is it? Who's the one who's
Yeah.
invited them in? Who's
However,
they
Well,
don't
you
get
need
in
to
without one
There
of
is-
these people at the table saying
No,
it's
you
okay.
need to get all of
Or
them.
all
You
of
would
them.
need to get a majority or all because that's the point of the council chamber. So what? Everyone said, okay, let the Rakishin into the council chamber to literally hear all of our dirty secrets.
and for Sun
all
to
of
say,
them-
oh, there's 20 chairs, can I have one?
Yeah.
Like, that's ballsy.
Oh, ho, ho.
there's a balance here that if we're about to try and throw them back across the ocean, it's better to them to hear that justification than suddenly just have war declared. You know
Yeah,
what I
this
mean?
might just be
So-
keeping a.
Yeah, you don't just like
Keep an
slam
eye
the
on
door on another king, right? Type thing, another ruler. But still, it kind of implies that if they were
But
in
they
a
shouldn't
line,
be here, I do agree.
like, we'll
No,
put it
they
this way: they basically just insulted the elves and the devils. So
Yeah.
why-
yeah,
The
right?
first two under attack
doesn't
by the
fit,
Fae.
That doesn't fit. We're thinking the devils, or at least one or some of
Were
the devils, might be their
partially.
benefactors.
Maybe
I
not.
mean, it might have been just a sort of play where it's like,
I
hey,
genuinely
look, there's
can't
two seats. Fancy that, but really
understand.
they're
I
just
mean,
thinking,
the angle of the Rakishins is just I'm an egotistical fuckboy who thinks I'm perfect and I can't do anything wrong and I'm just going to be here and be a cunt. I genuinely can't get around every other council member. Like, this doesn't make sense. They shouldn't be. There's no scenario. Read enough fucking fantasy books and I've read enough history books. There is no reason these people should be in this room.
One last detail, just in terms of like people that know the church would recognise the speaker themselves was the speaker of the Whitehall. So that's who introduced everyone.
Okay.
Oh, okay, we can get them into a lot of trouble, boys and girls. Just immediately say, by
Only
the
if
way,
we're asked to talk.
no, just
Only if we're asked to talk.
Yeah, we're not.
Only
when
if
we're
we're
allowed
asked
to
to
talk, just say, by the way, it's come to our attention that all of the gems they dropped contain souls.
Yeah, because how are they going to explain that, right? We just found him down the back of the sofa.
I
They
don't
look shiny.
understand. I don't understand. And I also feel like the Rakishin are just consistently pulling us off the fucking mission. We haven't talked about Chiral in fucking days.
I mean,
It's getting to me.
Technically, Myr'ra and Nora talked about Chiral a couple hours ago. So, like, yeah.
No,
Did we?
Yeah,
no,
like,
you didn't, you
no,
didn't
you-
say.
talked about Chiral
I
to
can't
each
remember
other.
mentioning him at all.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Yes,
we didn't mention
we
him.
did not say his name because that's not a good
No,
idea.
but you still talked about them. We're not playing lawyers just now. Like,
We did. You asked.
yeah,
We did.
yeah. Don't try
Yeah,
and
it's
gaslight me. So, titles for this session.
I'm annoyed. I had a really good one in my mind for the start, and
Right.
vacated my mind.
Oh.
I didn't write it down. I don't remember what it was about. So I don't know.
Where are we putting this one?
Just the Demon Blade chat, ideally. Try and keep that campaign specific or story arc specific.
Right. I'm gonna go for one.
Just take Ewan's suggestion of the Audacity, which maybe wasn't a title suggestion, but more of an exaltation. But yeah, it's also not a terrible suggestion. I
Well,
really
maybe I'll
like
get
Solar
this
Emperor's son.
position
I
right.
think he's a great Chad.
He's not a Chad, he's a bully, and he's a cunt. He's just reminding me of all the people that used to literally attack me at lunchtime.
Isn't that
And I'm
how
really
Chad is
taking
defined?
visceral reactions.
I'm interested to know what the guy who claims to have conquered the moon is going to do with the woman who says she is the moon.
Yeah.
So,
Gag her in front of her husband.
is this the moon?
I like that as well. The Lion, the Witch, and the Audacity of this bitch. It's good. Sadly, I don't think I can fit that into the title line, but it's good. It's a strong one. Any other suggestions, folks? We've got the first picture review and At the Devil's Table.
If anybody wants that explained, I will, but
Yeah, why not? Go
I'm
for it.
showing my age in musical taste.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Remember
the
we
reference.
discussed earlier about being relaxed in the Lotus Eaters?
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of their songs.
Ah, okay, cool.
Oh.
And none of you
Yeah.
even heard of the Lotus
No,
Eaters.
no.
I mean,
I'm sure
I
it
know
was an
the-
obvious
But
thing.
you will know the song.
I know the Greek math.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Or was
I
that a
was like
Simpsons
Percy
episode?
Jackson, see? Oh no, it was a Simpsons episode.
Oh dear.
I was trying to do something with gems, but I couldn't. The musicalness from earlier.
Yeah.
I'll be honest.
We
I've
said
been running,
something
I've been running on
earlier.
few since.
That's fair. I like Gems, Glorious Gems is good. The Weight of the Soul. So yeah, we've got first bit review, At the Devil's Table, The Weight of the Soul, Gems, Glorious Gems.
Keeping it musical again.
I'm a soul gem. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. So, what we're thinking, folks, vote away please, and then we will...
Just because I don't want to be last.
You've learned! Adapted!
I always try to get my vote first as well.
Oh my god, these are really...
Oh, no!
I'm going in for Soul Gem because Soul Man is definitely one of my favourite.
Now I have to pick. So I'm gonna pick one of the ones I have a
Really
vote.
cruel to
I'm
you.
not gonna pick my own. I'm gonna pick one of the others. So I think I like At the Devil's Table.
We're at a devil's table.
Yeah,
Devil
yeah,
Mm.
and like it just also implies
also
that there's more going on, right? Like you
Mhm.
know, like we're at the Devil's Table means oh, what the hell could happen? So yeah, At the Devil's Table is our winner for that. So wrap up chat time. Let's just start with Falkwin so that Sean's brain can slowly power down.
done really well.
You did.
Thank you. Okay. What parts do I remember most? Aluben found it funny that the Rakishin were here for fuckery.
Mhm.
Aluben in
got her to
general,
laugh.
she's alive,
Mhm.
and she went from being unconscious to definitely probably the key player. I want to say the whole storyline now is about soul gems. What are souls? Do souls have rights? And then here's Aluben. She Falkwin thinks she's a person. Falkwin feels she's a person. She's also basically a soul gem.
Everything that Aluben
That's
even
what I
said
thought.
implies they were of the world.
Mhm.
I mean, so were everyone in those other soul gems until the Rakish said no. You are a soul gem now, as far as we can tell, as far as we're assuming. I don't think we ever assumed that they know how to manufacture souls. But yeah, that's becoming sort of new synthetic speculation. That's the wrap up of stuff that already happened. So yeah, Aluben, she is Alubening. My brain is somewhere else.
It's
In
okay.
bed. I think my brain's already in bed.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Yes, Nori.
Again, it's another one full of so much intrigue, so much. Suddenly we think we're taking 2 steps forward, and then there's just more questions. And you're back at square one. You're playing with our minds very, very well here.
Me?
Yes, you.
How dare. I am generating a landscape full of imagination and wonder, okay?
As I said, you're playing with our minds. That's exactly what you just said. We are... so many answers to come up with. So many. I mean, if you have a look at the Cascade goals, there's so many things in there already. and then you throw soul gems into it, and we also have a problem that we dig too deep. That we might be trying to see more into these things, and we're ever going to need to find out if that makes sense. These might just be a passage. Who knows? But yeah. Sloth, Billy Connolly, brilliant as usual. Just don't ask him a question unless you're being specific. And we're never specific about anything because we're hedging our bets in every conversation with him. We don't want to tell him too much, but we don't want to...
Well, it makes sense, right? You obviously want to be cautious around, like, one of the 7, right? The devils aren't necessarily people that are, you know, super trustworthy, especially since you kind of learned that they seem to, like, feed off of souls.
Exactly. Yeah.
What else were they doing with them, though? Decorating their, like, sheds. Like, yeah.
And the Rakishan. What to do? Yes, there's a lot going on here.
Much Ado About Rakishan would have been a good title as well.
Yeah. We almost come up with them after the fact.
I know. It's just a curse, isn't it? The Devil's Table is good though. It's a strong title for this session. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But yeah. Again, so much going on, so much to think about. Brilliant.
I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah. Riven.
I want the cats to go. Gone. All I want. I just want to be able to save our friends.
It's like showing them out. Back on the boat. Get the fuck away.
I'm getting the spray bottle, and I'm just
all the way back.
Anyway.
Like just you swimming after their boat, still spraying it.
No. Give me the hose. Master weaponry. Can I master a hose?
Just like you and Sloth on like a rowboat with his little parasol, being like, this is quite nice. As you're there spraying the bottle.
So what I hear is Nat wishes to become the master of hose.
Yeah, we are in a room that is going to explode. I am quite concerned. I love Joy, Pride and Joy.
Yeah.
What a combo. What the fuck they gave up? Because one, they look entirely human, but it works directly for Pride.
Like, I don't really even know what Joy is.
Nope.
Are we assuming that they're one of the demons?
Like the Helborn?
Yeah, they could also just be literally a Pride corpse doll puppet thing.
Yeah.
Or just a regular human.
Straight up be Pride.
Nah. Thumbs up.
I love that. No. Too friendly to be a human.
It's just the way you were describing it. Like they were so friendly, like they almost couldn't control it. And it's like, oh, are you the epitome of it?
I mean, keep in mind though, like if Joy knows anything that's been going on, right? Which is a big if, mind you. Would you want to be the one having to deliver that message to someone like you? Given everything. Like, hi, we are best friends who don't stab each other. My name is Joy.
Please don't kill me. Yeah, I genuinely can't figure out the Rakishan's angle in any capacity, and the reactions people are having are not mathing up in my brain at all. Like it's the considering the gold we've just found out about the gold leaf, it's the blind leading the stupid or the stupid leading the blind at this point. It's like, what the fuck are you actually doing? But I feel like we're not making any headway on what our main goals are, which is dealing with that sword and trying to help Cairo. I feel like we're getting no closer.
I think the worrying thing as well is like, so obviously not ignoring the power within that room alone. Like, if the rumors are true, if the rumors are true, Modest Delara could level that room. That is how powerful magically the Gold Leaf Elves are. Like, despite what I said about obviously Quilber and Lightscale being top tier contender, not only in popularity but like in skill as well for Head of the Arcanatrix, like nobody would doubt that Modest Delara or many other Gold Leafs could just level the Arcanatrix. They might not go down in one go, but probably
there is a definitive winner. It's just how long it would take
and how many of them would need to join Do you know what I mean? But that's the level of respect that Modesta Lara holds. It's also maybe part of the reason they removed themselves from a lot of the equations.
Yeah, because they
Mhm.
tilt the equation very
And
heavily.
she was at the Fey War, along with Lundar Anthwil.
Um,
Moonman.
but yeah, great. Again, it's just I've got my list to my side of things we're trying to do, and that's
As I said,
3 sessions
make
now.
just-
Nothing's ticked off.
as I said, just anything that you want on that goal list as well. For anybody, this is not
It's-
just
it's the
specific to you.
same.
I just mean
It's the
for
same.
anybody that comes up with things as a reminder as well, pop it into the chat. I'll add it to our lists as we go, including any updates to the lists that I may have not done yet. Feel free to pop them in, and I'll delete your comments as I've applied to the changes, just to keep that up to date as we go. Yeah.
Hopefully next week's a bit more fruitful in the things we're aiming to do, and we can get ourselves maybe a bit further away from this.
I think we also knew that this week you all needed to take time to actually catch your bloody breaths after the events in the woods and the road out there, and just
Well, the last 2 days have been hell.
Yeah, we've not managed to
actually-
really talk. We want to talk to Surrey Thane. We got to talk to Sloth, which was good, and he was informative. Wanted to talk to Talanis to try and get a lay of the land and what's been going on internally. We've not had a chance. It's just thing after thing after thing, and it's just I'd like to get rid of swords, save Cairo. And now we're in a room with literally every political power, one political power that shouldn't fucking be here. And there's now soul gems all over the city.
Mm.
And it's just, I genuinely can say that I, as a player, I'm concerned we're going to get to the end of this this arc of the campaign, and we are not going to save Cairo. I just see it getting so far and further away. The sword will get dealt with because that is the arc. If we don't deal with that, this arc never finishes. But yeah, I am somewhat concerned. I'm running out of paths with it. As Riven, I'm I don't know what Riven can look down that path. That's not her thing. Can't go in the sword a second time. Bad idea.
Yous
We're
can.
running out of option.
Don't tease us.
I'm just saying, it doesn't need to be used to do everything. You just need to gain the knowledge from the things that are done.
Yeah, but we have a very limited set of people.
Yeah.
And
It's almost like
we're
I
gonna
introduced you
take-
to a whole bunch of incredibly capable people in the world.
Yeah, and we're going to tell them, oh, by the way, can you tell us how these swords work so we can save our Fae friend? Yeah, that's going to go down.
Imagine.
Yeah, literally, it is restricted to us. It is restricted to the 5 of us when Alexander gets back. And I just don't see us and the avenues that we have. I can foresee that one failing, and I can see that one absolutely gutting me. But there may be hope. There may be hope. I just don't see it because everything else is piling on. I can't see us getting out of the whole Rakishin thing for quite a while.
I mean, that just depends on how involved in it you get.
I mean, we're involved in it now. We're trapped in a fucking room with it. Yeah.
All we've got to do is stir the pot, then run away with the sword somewhere else.
I mean, literally, I really want to just fucking drop the bomb that those crystals have souls in them, and they're clearly stopping the cycle and watching the speaker potentially have them fucking skinned and turn them into rugs for that kind of shit. Because I imagine in this world that level of heretic magic is probably punishable by death. I imagine there's quite a visceral reaction to that type of magic being used. I don't imagine there's a lot of liches wandering around the world with the church. I do imagine there's quite a few witch hunts for that. So basically, saying the Emperor and the Empress are the grandest of those two could have quite a reaction. But again, great session. Lovely to see us all. It was Myr'ra twice in 2 sessions. No more ones, Hannah. You've
hit your quota, yeah.
Fucking hell, just because Alexander isn't here.
Yeah, somebody has to hold that chalice apparently. Yeah.
But yeah, also super happy. Aluben is okay, and I did get her to laugh.
You did indeed, yeah.
Thanks.
What 1/120?
It's just
name.
1/120, yeah. So, Myr'ra.
I like the action.
It's okay.
I had lots of fun. I liked being a crow. It's
Yep.
a good time. I love that I got to meet Sloth. Very, very happy.
Mhm.
He's a great time. Love anything tangentially related
Yep.
to Billy Connolly. So.
Yep.
Master Wizard Dwell.
Yep.
His parents. I hope.
I always try to.
Oh. One time. There's a tally chart for that as well somewhere in the recesses.
I think it just magically
kind of
updates itself. That's how much effort went into that, like students' project was just.
It was someone's end of year project. Nori, a whole bunch. Oh, all of the people. All of the gems. I think, I do agree. I think the saving Chiral is like a slightly harder, but we now know something incredibly, it's how much we're willing to do from a morality standpoint. I think it's going to be a really interesting, clash of that kind of Arcanatrix magic, Whitehall, that temptation of that amount of magical power, which is what souls seem to be also able to be used for. It's not just the devils, it's not just Alatar and Gian.
Yeah.
That amount of souls seems to have a magical impact. So whether that's something that we can then use, whether we can use the souls in the sword, but then it's the question of, is that a slippery slope that we don't want to go down? Because with lots of these things, again, there are people as well we can make deals with, but it's all about how much we want to push down certain paths. Liked that we learnt more. Loved that Aluban came out. Very excited. She's a great time. A great time. Bran and Elle, now that they were the king. Lots of people who were there at the Fey War, or 2 of them.
Yep.
3, maybe 4, potentially in the room. Joy's terrifying. She scares me. Fascinated. It does. I agree. It feels like an absolute powder keg, but it's also one of those powder kegs that has to be really polite. You're not allowed to actually but it's just gonna be a lot of knives and daggers with words.
Yeah, everyone turned up with matches, but no one wants to be the first to spark one.
Yeah. Again, it's the deterrent nonsense.
We've got something to light it.
The rest of the it's one of those you've just got to hope that nobody presses the big red button first.
Riven.
Very excited to see what happens next. Yeah. Fun times.
Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I always like an excuse to get world leaders in a game that does seem grandiose. I've done that in a few of my campaigns now, and I just feel like it's a nice way of looping in the players and the audience to be like, here's what these people are thinking, here's probably why you are all the main characters. Yeah, they've all got their own shit to deal with, because who knew running a world is intensive? And a lot of things just don't get noticed, because you guys get to have the benefit of me telling you everything that seems to be important or misleading, whereas they don't. They just have to deal with their own abstractness.
It does make it fun and interesting that we're the ones holding blade number 2 right now.
Yeah. Actually, sorry, that's our seat.
It makes me feel more like, oh, yeah, we're not really enslaved to the idea that, well, okay, this is the magical sword that knows where it needs to go, so we need to give it back to someone who deserves it, or we need to give it back to anyone, and let fate decide. But now it seems more wide open that, oh, the people in charge are idiots, and the people who are magically entitled to this sword are probably going to misuse it. So you know what? I actually feel kind of okay with finding our own third way.
It's the Monty Python quote again. It's a magical pin through a sword.
Yep.
No basis for a system of government.
It's such a weirdly recurring quote. Yeah.
And also bear in mind that from what we know of Falkwin, he's the 3rd born of a family and has felt hard done by. And yet now he's got a sword of power.
What are you implying?
Wow. Got is a very strong word.
It's a very possessive word, isn't it?
Oh no! Possessive words towards the floor.
Oh, you could always just give it to Joy.
Doesn't need a sword.
I still lean towards the joy equals pride theory.
I think, that could be for
Should
sure.
we just give the sword to the Rakishan Emperor and then he'll intend to use it and it will instantly fucking fuck him?
Oh, that's good.
Could be a good shout.
Maybe.
We just have to be in the room next door to like take it back.
I mean, if the Rakishans have devilish benefactors, then
Be a very ballsy move though if they do have, say, devilish backing, to just insult the seat.
well, that could also be a play or like a
I mean,
ploy.
they did turn up saying, "Oh, Verme's the queen, right? So that's clearly what we're here to, acknowledge and celebrate with all of our brothers across the ocean." Yeah, it's good timing.
There's only one question for the Rakishan. Did you inherit a sword? If you didn't inherit a sword, fuck off.
How big?
Sorry
How
about the
big's the
language,
ocean? How long would it take them to get across?
Yeah, exactly. How long did it take them to get across that ocean by boat?
I mean, one thing we've not considered yet is does Solar Emperor equal some devil?
Okay.
Solar or Lunar Emperor.
What do you think?
Do one of them equals a devil?
Could we?
put more
Is it an
thoughts in his
anagram?
head.
Someone start writing letters. Start shuffling them. We'll find
Well,
something.
I want to clarify. Like, so what do you mean by that? When you say equal the devil, do you mean like in terms of does the Solar
in
Emperor have enough
the
clout,
same-
like, or muscle to like go toe to toe with one,
Or they-
or
No, in
are
the same
one?
sense as Loudon.
Possessed. Like,
Yeah. That was what I wanted to clarify your thought process there. I'm like, what do we mean by that? That's okay.
Yes.
Okay.
You're interpreting words that are coming out of a very sleep-deprived brain.
That's okay. We've only got one thing to do now, and it's who gets XP. Yeah.
I'm going to give mine to Myr'ra for some fantastic dice rolling.
Yeah,
subject.
yeah, okay. Yeah, I second that.
Aw. The dice
No
did
answer
want
to
me
that
to
one.
be I don't think that was me so much as the dice.
But to be fair, you also chose to stick with it, and that was your choice, right? You had options to reroll either from your own
That was.
XP or other people's offered XP, right? So you did choose to stick with it, which was your choice. So yeah, like,
It's true. And then thank you to Nori as well for getting me out of the last one.
And maybe now you understand your inner crow.
Mm-hmm.
And that couldn't
Right.
possibly go wrong at a worst possible moment in the future.
I mean, there's definitely a lot of a development for Myr'ra purely from the ability to use spells while crow.
That was
huge.
Good. I liked being able to scan myself while crow.
That was good. I really enjoyed that too. The other thing is every day gets a point of XP because you've advanced a lot of the plot, in my opinion. You've definitely came back with a lot of lore. So
I think that gets me to 4.
nice.
Riven! We get to go to level 2!
Tier 2, bitches!
Yeah!
Wop, 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 wop.
How
Only
I
if
start
you
my
spend
level
them.
2. How I start level 2, Joy says something inappropriate, I just fucking grab her by the throat and I'm like, no.
That knife I've got.
Cast
Give me that
silent.
knife.
It's super
I-
effective.
Thoroughly enjoy the reaction that you all had to just the fact that she's called Joy alone is just...
Like, don't trust
Pride
him.
and joy. Motherfucker.
What else could I have called her? She had to be called that.
Fall.
Yeah.
My reaction to that was significantly delayed. So by that point,
is
in time,
fair.
that's already where my brain.
Is this you just now
You've
reacting
done
to that
so
scene?
well.
No. I picked up on it. I realised that something like Pride and Joy was like my brain actually went to Pride and Prejudice.
Okay, yeah.
It's like,
But what does that
Mr.
mean?
Darcy!
yeah, exactly.
Darcy!
Jeez, prejudice works in the other
Candela.
Yeah. But yes,
Oh.
yes, so make sure you've updated your sheets, etc. If those of you have level ups and stuff, we'll arrange time to go through that and make sure we're all tickety-boo, because getting into tier 2 is obviously a bit more involved, so we'll sort out some time for that. Thanks for playing. That was a lot of fun to RP a lot of characters for a bit longer than normal. Aluben got to say a good chunk about themselves and their thoughts about the world. If I could have awarded Aluben XP, I would have. But
give me more. That works too.
Give Aluben
you got
a
more.
new accessory for inside the...
They get their own bracelet with their own buddy.
There you go! They get a pet! They get a pet!
But
they get a pet
I think
inside
the actual takeaway from that though would be that like the very fact that Aluben was willing to discuss more shows that they are like that bond between Falkwin and Aluben is growing. I mean, even just from the kind of almost sacrificial play with the sword up until like everything I guess that happened this session, like where they started even just in session 1 to now is huge. Do you know what I mean? So don't underestimate the growth that is definitely visible there too. But yes,
No longer a buddy comedy.
I can still
Give
be
it
part of
time!
it. Yep, I was going to
Give
say
it time!
But again, thank you all for playing. Thank you to everybody who watched as well. Always a pleasure having some people interact with us. That was nice. And say goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, everyone.